Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner Fishman. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm good. How are you, Jason?
I'm good.
Anything ahead of the meeting that came up at the last minute I should know about?
No, nothing for today. I just kind of been sending out several emails. You've been copied on all of those. The only item that I'll add during communications with Chief of Staff is we have been scheduled for the House Appropriations and Finance Committee presentation, which I'll remind the commissioners of that.
Yeah, I saw that. And okay.
Nothing that I'm aware of. I just text you the closed session information.
I'm sorry, the closed. Oh, okay. The link.
Yep.
Okay.
We are live on YouTube as well, commissioners, just so you know.
I will not pick my nose. I will rub it though. There we go.
Good morning, Commissioner Byrd.
Good morning, Chief. How are you?
I'm doing just fine, thanks.
How you doing, Jeff?
I'm good. How are you, Steve?
Hanging in. I woke up this morning.
That is always a good thing.
That's, it's a start.
Good morning.
Good morning, Cynthia.
How are you, Steve?
Well, I was telling Jeff, I woke up this morning, so that's a good start.
Yeah, that's really true. Gotta wake up first. Good Good morning, Jeff. I can't see who else is on.
Good morning.
Well, I don't see Jeff on here. Maybe I'm not seeing the whole gallery. Here we go.
No, I called in.
Oh, I see. That's what you are. Well, Happy New Year.
That's what I am. I'm good.
Okay. Did you have a restful holiday period?
No.
No?
Yeah, everything's still got to be fed and watered on holidays.
Yeah, I guess. I bet so. How's the ranching going?
You know, like everything else, prices went down. It's tough.
Mm-hmm. That's rough. I admire your fortitude. Sounds like it's gonna be.
Well, hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would be nice if it didn't rain. I bet you that'd make your life a lot simpler.
Oh yeah, farming ranching's much easier when you have rain.
Yeah. It's a different world.
Okay, Cynthia, I'm showing my face.
Well done.
Sorry, world.
You're fine, Steve.
Not wonderful, but fine.
Thank you, Jeff, for keeping me humble.
I do my best.
Yeah, I know.
Well, of course, you don't give us much to look at behind you. I just learned how to put up those fake backgrounds, and it's pretty amusing.
You know, I was on one Zoom meeting, and as a fake background, I put up this campaign portrait of myself. And, so it was kind of like me, and it was sort of Stalin-esque, the big leader portrait behind you. And I just could not turn that friggin' screen off. So for the whole meeting, I was stuck there with that.
Well, you could have scooted your chair around, but whatever.
No, because it was on the computer. But
Oh, I see. How funny.
but anyway, since then I've stayed away from doing the backgrounds.
Well, it's simpler that way. My personal favorite was that dead shark that was behind Hans Muller one time. Hans, are you listening? And where did you get it anyhow? What? Maybe it was a photo you took. Do you remember that?
Which one, Cynthia?
It looked like a dead shark.
Oh yeah, the Jaws,
The
the Jaws background. Yeah.
Jaws background. Yeah, that was pretty dramatic. I wasn't sure if it was some kind of statement or something.
Oh, Joe, he's dressed up,
Look at that tie.
putting us to shame.
Well, I promised I would, just to make a good impression, but I can't make any guarantees after this initial meeting. I could go back to my short sleeve shirts, no collared shirts, and wearing gym shorts. But
No
this
rush.
this is a good check because I'm wearing slacks, and it's boy, I tell you what, I've taken a lot of liberties during the pandemic, so my slacks are a bit tight, and
Okay.
so
We'll pretend
How do we know you're wearing slacks?
yeah.
You're gonna say.
we'll
You have to
pretend
take
we
my
believe
word
you
for
on
it.
this act.
I bet the chief of staff's wearing a tie and shorts.
No, I'm not.
Just to let all of you know that I am wearing pants.
Commissioners, we're having a small issue with the eyeball link on our website. So if you can give me a few minutes, I'm working with IT on that before we get underway, if that's okay.
Okay, so just let us know.
We'll do.
Well,
Yeah,
Joe,
you
I
got
think
3
you were
minutes.
very nice.
Well, thank you. Again, this is I got a lot of work to do in terms of kind of losing this pandemic weight. I call it my pandemic panza.
Yeah.
So
alliteration is allowed.
But it's good to see you all.
You
It's
as
good to
well.
have you here.
And this is really nice because if we were on the dais, I thought maybe they might pull some prank on me, like, putting my seat all the way down, or who knows? And who knows? This is just the beginning of the meeting. I don't know if there's any kind of ceremonial hazing, but certainly working from home takes a lot out of that the chance of getting hazed.
As
That's true.
cyber-Luddites, you're pretty darn safe.
Yeah. It's kind of nice that way.
Well, I got a comment. I like the red tie.
Oh, hey, after what happened today, I mean, I don't think there should be any partisan political bickering. I should have worn blue, actually. So I'm glad you pointed that out.
I do
It's
like
my
a red
fault.
tie.
Okay, just in general. There's no partisan political implications to that. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Touchy here.
I'll say the same
It's a
about
touchy time.
my blue suspenders here. The pandemic has gotten me into suspenders. I realized that I don't have to have my pants falling down all the time. Suspenders work better than a belt.
Whatever you say, Steve.
Just so y'all know.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to let you know I'm having some computer issues. I have my state issued laptop, but I'm having to zoom in on my personal computer. So I'm going to be kind of going back and forth. And so just bear with me when we get to kind of the working part of the agenda.
Yeah, no, I'm using my personal computer for the video here, and I have to go to my other computer. So I get it.
Chairman, it looks like everything seems to be working now. So it also appears that we have all 5 sitting commissioners with us, and also Office of General Counsel.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, okay, there you are.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Happy New Year's, everyone.
And
Happy New
Happy New Year.
thank you, everybody, for showing up. I was worried. Let's kick off the meeting. And you know what? I don't think I've ever said the pledge, so this morning I'll do it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, New Mexico, I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, and the sea is symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Okay, is everyone ready to go?
Yep.
First item up is the election of the chair and the vice chair. Any nominations?
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Commissioner Jefferson Byrd as the chair, and I would like to nominate Commissioner Maestas as the vice chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Aguilar. Vicente Aguilar, do we have a second?
I'll second
Yeah, why not?
Commissioner
I'll second.
Maestas. I'll second Commissioner Maestas as the vice chair.
Okay. And Jeff?
I'll second Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's motion.
Okay, Commissioner Byrd, let's put this up for a vote. And Judith, are you handling that today?
Commissioner, this is
There
Mike.
you are, Mike.
So I would call the roll.
Hey, Mike.
I would call, sorry. Sorry, I was trying not to speak over someone.
So let's call the roll and.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mike has a comment.
Oh, okay, Mike.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say that I would call the roll if the commission is ready for me to do
I have a
so.
question. Is this a plank? Are we voting on both at the same time?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that was actually one question I had, but it appeared that when the motion was seconded, the commission had made or had reached an issue on that. If there's a contest to it being done that way, that should be raised now.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, I think these actions should be separate. And
I do too.
that we take action in the order in which it's presented on the agenda and start with chair first.
Agreed.
Okay, and I agree as well. So why don't we start with chair? And so Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, with your forbearance.
Yes, I would like to amend my motion. I nominate Commissioner Byrd as the chair.
Okay, and we have a second from Commissioner Byrd, correct?
Sure.
Okay, terrific. Michael, please call the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
No.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Nay.
Commissioner Fishman.
Nay.
Commissioners, the vote fails. Next to nomination would be taken.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
I'd like to nominate you as chair of the commission. And the reason is, I believe we need to stabilize our agency and professionalize it. And I think that we need to lead by example. And for that reason, I believe you should continue as chair of this commission. Over the course of the last several months in which I've listened in and participated in these meetings, I think you've done a fine job, and I see no reason to change that. So I nominate you as chairman.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Michael, would you take the roll?
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I would like to nominate Commissioner Maestas as vice chair.
Very good.
I'll second that.
Terrific. We've got a second. And Michael, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
And just a quick comment for Commissioner Byrd and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. We're all equals on this commission. And I guess chair I view as just basically facilitating everybody getting their views out and us getting as close to consensus as we possibly can. And I just want you guys to always feel free to jump in and just look forward to working with you guys for the upcoming 2 years.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to make a few remarks. Thank you for the nomination and the vote. I'm really excited to be here. I realize this is my first meeting, but my political odometer is quite high, and I am just excited about the challenges before us. And as the chairman said, we're all equals, but yet we are leaders on the commission, and I hope to, even as the vice chair, to lead by example and work with all of you and represent the agency with honesty and integrity. So anyway, thank you. Thank you for that.
And congratulations, Commissioner Maestas. And now we can stop yapping at each other and consider the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner
Mr. Chair?
Cynthia Aguilar.
Yes, I have a question about the closed meeting. Can I get more clarification?
Yes, I'm not sure which commissioner or how that got on the agenda. So whoever was behind it, okay. Commissioner Maestas?
That was me, but I guess, Mike, how limited am I to talk about personnel matters? Because I think the subject of the meeting, I think, just speaks for itself, and I'm reluctant to mention anything else beyond what is on the agenda. Can you give me some guidance in terms of what parameters I have to maybe expand on my reasons for asking for the closed session?
Commissioners, the basis for a closed session on this matter would be to the degree that you believe that a discussion of the performance of people holding those positions currently would be an issue. Otherwise, it would be a matter that would be discussed in public. So to the degree that you have policy considerations that are separate from that, that can be discussed in public.
Okay,
From Mr. Chair, from this day forward, I would like to ask if there's a closed meeting on the agenda on personnel issues, I would like the general counsel to contact each commissioner and explain what's going on. The leader said, let's all be equal. So if one commissioner is not consulted about personnel matter, I would like the general counsel to contact every commissioner prior to the open meeting from now on.
Okay, so what you're saying, Commissioner, is that this one kind of caught you by surprise at the last minute?
It caught me by surprise too.
Okay.
Well, what I'm saying is that the leaders have spoken. We want to be equal. If we're going to be equal, we need to have clear clarification about what's going on.
Okay.
That's right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. You know, maybe it's a learning curve for Commissioner Maestas.
Shame on you.
He'll realize, but I agree for the purpose of this meeting, let's keep this closed so that we can have a frank discussion about that issue. As it says, the chief of staff and general counsel positions. You know, what comes of it will be determined, but let's keep it closed. And I agree with Commissioner Cynthia Aguilar. Please notify the other 4 commissioners when any one commissioner wants to do something like this in closed session. But I agree with what Commissioner Maestas is wanting to talk about, and I think he deserves our attention on this matter privately.
Okay, any other?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull item B5 from the consent agenda. That is the PNM's Transportation Electrification Program application.
Okay. And shall we place that as the first item under utility matters?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so that's our proposed amendment to the agenda. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
And Michael, take the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, as modified, the agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Next item, consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes.
So moved.
I'll make the motion.
So I'm going to
Chairman?
call Cynthia, moved it. We have a second. Commissioner Maestas?
I just want to state for the record that I have to abstain for obvious reasons, as I was not a part of those prior minutes.
Commissioners, I would point out that actually the proposed order, I'm sorry, that is correct. Sorry, that is correct.
Okay. Mike, call the,
Mr. Chair, I will second the motion to approve the minutes.
yeah, we've got you as the second. And Mike, please call the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the prior meeting minutes are approved by a vote of 4-0.
Okay, introduction of special guests.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anybody signed up for that portion, but I would like to recognize Commissioner Maestas if you wanted to take an opportunity to introduce your executive assistant. I believe Jonas has joined us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Montoya. I'm really excited to have a real qualified and experienced special assistant. His name is Jonas Armstrong. He is a former assistant city attorney for the city of Albuquerque, and he has several years of experience working under David Abbey at the LFC. And so I'm really excited to get Jonas on board. He has hit the ground running and is quite the quick study. And my rationale was that hiring an attorney would complement my engineering skills. And so I think based on our work thus far, we seem to be a pretty good team. And I know that Office of General Counsel, we've already had a Zoom meeting with them, and Mike has graciously invited Jonas to work with his staff when necessary. And so I'm just excited to have Jonas Armstrong on board. Mr. Montoya, can we at least allow Jonas to say a few words?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas. Jonas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. I just, agree with and echo everything the Vice Chair has said. I feel like we're a good team already. We did not know each other before the last month, but I think that goes towards the Vice Chair's statements about professionalizing and doing, rigorous searches and seeking out qualifications. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm really looking forward to it. And yeah, just can't wait to get to work with you all.
Jonas,
Thanks, Jonas.
I now that I see your face, I believe I recognize it. I've seen you around. Thank you for joining us. And actually, if some of the things we've hit later on in the agenda were part and parcel of some of your work, I see some good signs ahead. So great to have you on the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So now we're getting to policy matters and resolution.
Mr. Chair, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Public comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Public comment.
Mr. Chairman, I have one person that is registered for public comment today. That is Selma Guterres. The topic is the COVID moratorium, case number 20-00205 utilities. We have verified that Selma's not a party in this case. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we can go ahead and ask Ms. Selma to unmute. And for the record, This is being recorded and public comment has been limited to 3 minutes unless the commission would like to extend that for each person.
Go ahead, Selma.
Sorry, Selma, you'll have to unmute yourself one more time. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Sorry for that. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Selma Gutierrez. I am the Santa Fe Mutual Aid Coordinator. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Fe Mutual Aid Network, also known as the Santa Fe Mutualista among the Spanish-speaking community. This mutual aid network was created in response to the pandemic. I wanted to participate today because our communities have been hit incredibly hard, with the majority of our members facing unemployment, losing income, and many not eligible for federal and state aid due to their immigration status. Since the start of the pandemic, our Neighbor to Neighbor network has helped thousands of Santa Fe residents access food, housing, financial assistance, resources including help with light heap applications and utility assistance. We are here to advocate to our members' families. And I am here to thank the commission for passing the moratorium on shut-offs back in March and again this fall. I want to express our community's support for the moratorium and utility debt relief. Having this moratorium has benefited our members directly because it provides some security, letting them know their access to light, phones, refrigerators, and their child's school's Chromebooks, basic necessities at this time, will be protected even if they can't afford to pay their bills right now. This is so important because so many of our members are struggling to find a source of income. In our community, many identify as immigrant. The immigrant population has been impacted the most by the pandemic. 20% of our immigrant communities lost their jobs due to the pandemic. 30% did not qualify for the stimulus checks, therefore did not have any source of income while unemployed. Many of our members have months and months of unpaid rent, and many people in our community could not be assisted with the CARES Act funding because of the administrative requirements. We also keep in mind that 400,000 New Mexicans residents were already struggling to pay their utilities before COVID-19, as they struggle to survive with household incomes below the poverty line. We have to have the moratorium continue in the pandemic because of the pandemic it is not over. In fact, it is worsening. Our members are seeking aid to help them to pay their bills, but many can't make ends meet. We currently have more than 100 outstanding applications for members who already have $100, often thousands of dollars of unpaid utility bills. Please extend the moratorium until people have the chance to recover, and please recognize the reality that even after the economy opens back and the pandemic is managed, the New Mexican families will also need much need and many debts, so many issues to address in order to recover and put our lives back together again. We will need to have security that our utilities won't be shut off and that there will be some relief. We ask that as you consider mounting utility losses from unpaid bills, you consider the profits of the big utilities are enjoying, executive bonuses, and these kinds of things. We need to address the issues of utility bill debt with equity in mind, in addition to government assistance and all private funds we are raising. The monopoly utilities should be absorbing the fair shares of these losses given that they profited for years. Please extend the moratorium until the communities can recover, and please continue to address this issue with equity and economic justice in mind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Selma. Any quick comments from commissioners on that before we move on?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Ms. Gutierrez for making those comments. I think I agree with everything she has said in terms of the state of the world, our nation, and our state as a consequence of the pandemic. And we as New Mexico, I think, are very unique, a unique state in the way that in where we fall on the socioeconomic scale. The disparity between rich and poor is growing ever more, and I think this pandemic has really exposed that. And so, my hope is that we can do our part to address many of these issues that Ms. Gutierrez spoke of.
And I'll just quickly comment, Ms. Gutierrez, I think you did a nice job of laying out the issues in front of us. And as we go down the agenda today, these are issues that will come under discussion. So please stay on the line and, you know, pay attention and let us know if we're getting it right. You may be back next meeting. Policy matters. We have resolution 1-6-21A. And who wants to speak to this?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, I took issue with the original resolution because throughout the resolution, it continues to cite the Para building as the location for meetings. And I think it's obvious to many that we no longer have an office. And so I had asked staff to amend that resolution to remove the reference to the Para building and its physical location, and instead amend it to reflect where we're at right now in terms of conducting meetings through various online platforms. And so I stand in support of the amended resolution that was provided to all commissioners. I think it was yesterday by Isaac.
Any other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chair, I was just going to mention, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall and then Commissioner Aguilar after that. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Yeah, I noticed that too, and I'm glad that Commissioner Maestas got it taken care of. I was going to bring it up at the meeting that we're not at the Para building anymore. We really need to update our documents that indicate that, and there may be others, so we should probably have staff or general counsel make a review, because I bet you this is not the only place where we mention Para building. That's all.
Nice to have a detail-oriented engineer join the commission. So
this is my honeymoon, so who knows how long this is going to last.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I've got a thorough assistant as well. So
I had as I read through it, section I, it looked to me like there were a couple of typos, unless I was reading it wrong. So in section I, line 6, it says it has the word commission, and I believe that's meant to be commissioner. So let me know if I'm saying that right.
Mr. Chairman, that does appear to be a typo.
And so, you know, I'd like to have that corrected. And then if you go to the next page, top line, it says commissioner, and I believe that's supposed to be commission.
I think that's correct. Those are transposed. I mean, it's a correct that's an error.
Yeah. So I would simply move with those two corrections that we go ahead and adopt the resolution as amended.
Mr. Chairman.
Move to approve. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. There is actually one additional revision that I would make, request that is be made, and that's, sorry, these are not page numbers. It's page number 4, the last paragraph. I would strike that at this time because I think that's an issue that we need to resolve there's a later subject that we're going to be discussing, discussion matter on resolutions for the commission. I think we can address it then, but it's not necessary to have in this provision at this time. And that's the paragraph that says that special and emergency meetings may be called only with the consent of a majority of the commissioners, except in the case of an emergency meeting as defined in NMSA 1978, section 1015(1)(f), when an effort has been made to contact all commissioners, but less than a majority are available to consent to the meeting, and that the emergency is such that a meeting must be called before a majority consent can be obtained. That has been in the policy, and if the commission is comfortable with that being in there, we can leave it. But I was thinking that that might be an issue that we might raise in terms of policy with regard to the powers of the chairperson and individual commissioners as part of the resolution that is under consideration. Sorry, I have a lot of windows open on my computer. On discussion item 10 on the agenda.
Commission
Mr. Chair,
comments? Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Mr. Chair, I think this is a time to tackle the policy regarding one commissioner requesting closed meeting on personnel matters. I think we need to change the language where if one commissioner requests closed meeting on personnel matters or any other subject for a closed meeting, we should allow the general counsel to contact every commissioner whether closed meetings should be posted on the agenda. So I think this is the time to tackle it, but if I'm wrong, I'm happy to listen to the other commissioners.
Comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Maestas?
Yeah, I agree. I know that there was a discussion at the outset of the approval of the agenda about adding a closed session at the request of a single commissioner. And I was reluctant to call commissioners for fear of having a rolling quorum. And I think it would be much more appropriate if general counsel does that and explains the nature of the request. So I agree with that. In terms of how we could amend our open meetings resolution, I don't have any language. Perhaps we can approve the revised policy and work on the amendments that Mike Smith mentioned, and also maybe address Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's concern about, the process for calling for a closed session.
So just for clarification, would we strike the section that Mike is talking about for now, pass it with that one change, and then for discussion, and maybe we can do it on 10, I have to take another look at that later today. We can kind of cover those two items, and then next week do the final revisions based on that discussion. Does
Mr.
that sound
That
like a
sounds good.
workable way to go?
That sounds good. Yes, that sounds good, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, that's what I was proposing. I may not have been completely clear, but.
So you're saying you're good with that, Michael?
Yes, that's actually what I was suggesting by removing that paragraph.
Okay, and Joe, is that Commissioner Maestas? Sorry, I get informal.
I'll amend my motion to include the revisions suggested by Mike.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair.
Jason, go ahead.
Just real quick before approval, on page 8 of 9, under subsection K, we have notified the Office of General Counsel that we'll need to update that phone number. I just want to make it official and go on the record and state that we will be providing the cell phone number for the Administrative Services Division Director. And also, we still have room 406 at the PERA building until June 30th of 2021. So that should remain in this resolution. Just wanted to make that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I would actually agree with that because we are supposed to post a physical notice accessible to the public someplace. And that's one, we do post it in addition on our website as required by the Open Meeting Act, and we distribute it to the news outlets and persons who have signed up to receive notice of open meeting notices. but we're supposed to post it someplace physical as well. And our policy has been to post it outside of room 406 and to put it on the doors of the para buildings so that it's accessible to the public even when the building is closed.
Okay, so that does not require at this point, if I'm understanding correctly, any further modification to our motion?
There is, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there is one section that references the 1120 address. That should be updated to our PO box. But everywhere else that we reference room 406 at the PERA building should remain, in my opinion.
Okay. So rather than try and wordsmith it here, hopefully we can all agree that General Counsel will put in that amendment, and we'll have a chance to revisit this next week and do the final adjustments to be sure we're all feeling good with it. Does that work for everybody?
Yep.
Okay, terrific. So then
Sure.
let's go ahead. I would second Commissioner Maestas' motion. And any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just under discussion, since we're now conducting these proceedings online, we have an obligation for accommodation of individuals with disabilities. And I realize this is probably a broader issue for state government that possibly could be the responsibility of general services. But I just want to mention that I think we need to think about accommodating individuals with disabilities because of the prevalence of having business being conducted via online platforms.
Okay. Any action on that currently, or that's basically just a comment for us
Just a comment.
to consider going forward? And Jason, I'm sure you're taking note of that. Terrific. Okay, I see you nodding your head.
And Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that is noticed, that is the subject of paragraph K in the open meeting policy. Obviously, as specific issues come up, we be flexible enough to address those requests.
Okay. Any other discussion on resolution 1621A? Okay, let's take the roll.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, resolution 1621A is approved by a vote of 5-0 as subject to the comments and amendments in the motion.
Okay, moving on to resolution 1621B, adoption of annual Commissioner Code of Conduct policy for 2021. And again, was Commissioner Maestas, was this your amendments?
I don't believe I had any amendments to that.
Okay. So it's on the agenda. Whose comment? Anyone have any comments on this?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve resolution 1-6-21B, adoption of annual Commissioner Code of Conduct policy for 2021.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Okay, let's take a vote.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, resolution 1621B, the Code of Conduct is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, moving on. Resolution 1621C.
Sorry about that.
Well, everyone wants to participate. Resolution.
I don't know if that's a motion.
to appoint chief of Staff as agency head for signing contracts,
Second.
purchase orders, and other purposes. Now, I think this is the one where Jason had some, where Joseph, Commissioner Maestas had some changes that he's proposing.
Yes, Mr. Chair, my main issue was Part C in the original resolution. That original provision said the chief of staff as agency head must still receive commission approval before signing binding documents when required by the commission. And my concern was we didn't define when or in what instances approval would be required by the commission. So I worked with general counsel on amending the resolution, which I think every commissioner has. And I think the primary change we made was to specifically designate a monetary threshold to give the chief of staff the administrative authority and contractual authority to sign contracts at 20,000 and below. So that's the reason for my amendments. And I'd invite Mr. Montoya to comment on that revised resolution. My hope is that it would make his job easier and our job easier instead of visiting every single purchase order and contract, no matter the amount. And obviously, for contracts over 20,000, we would approve it.
So Jason, go ahead. What?
Sure, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair Maestas and Commission, that is consistent with what some of the discussions we've had on the staff level and with some oversight agencies, and we think that's a good threshold, $20,000. Just for reference, we would expect on average 2 to 3 contracts exceeding $20,000 that would probably be presented to the commission. So although it may not make the chief of staff's job easier because now he'll be responsible for signing every other document rather than the chairperson themselves, it definitely relieves a lot of the administrative burden on the commission. I know you all are busy. We're all remote, and sometimes getting a hold of people may be difficult. I think the process that we put in place towards the latter part of 2020 worked out well with ASD and the chief of staff being able to communicate on a daily basis at any given time has worked out well. So I don't have any objection to it, what Commissioner Maestas is proposing, and it's pretty consistent with what we've talked about.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, did you have some comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I am concerned for the chief of staff, the only person to sign on contracts, purchase orders, and other purposes. I would like to recommend our Administrative Services Director, Jim Williamson, to take the role as equal as the chief of staff. I would like 2 signatures so that we have clarification of accountability and a second set of eyes on the budget documents. So my recommendation is to amend the resolution to include ASD Director Jim Williamson to also sign the document alongside the Chief of Staff.
Go ahead. Jason, what's your thoughts on that?
I don't have any issues. I know Jim Williamson is with us, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This resolution is just designating the agency head, which oversight agencies would appreciate. And like I said, that's all I have. I don't know if Jim Williamson has any comment.
Mr. Chair?
Let's go to Joseph. Commissioner Maestas first, then we'll get to you, Commissioner.
Sorry, I raised my hand. It's just it's habit.
Yeah.
Well, I think I understand the nature of Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's concerns, but the way I think these financial instruments are processed within the agency is that it's going to come through various division directors to the chief of staff for signature. So if it goes to the chief of staff, there is going to be a recommendation from an appropriate division director. And so I think there are internal checks and balances that are part of a process. in how these documents or these contracts are signed. So I would say that we have sufficient internal controls. This is more of maybe us appointing a singular administrative authority to sign these contracts. So I'm okay with it residing with the chief of staff, but again, I'm assuming that we do have these internal controls where we do have formal concurrence by appropriate division directors prior to the submittal of the chief of staff for his review and approval.
Yes, Mr.
I'm
Chair.
gonna-
The CFO already signs off on the contract. So our Administrative Services Division Director is designated as the CFO on behalf of the agency.
Say it again, Jason. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall. I'll slow down a little bit. The Administrative Services Division Director, Jim Williamson, is designated as the CFO and approves and signs off on contracts.
So what I'm going to do is go ahead, Cynthia, I'm going to take you next, and then Jim, you're next. Jim Williamson, you're next in the queue after Cynthia.
Well, I was just going to say, I've seen a lot of contracts and, I think it's better to just have one person because otherwise, you don't know who's binding the agency. I think it's kind of complicated if you get two people needing to sign every time when what is often sought in agreements is a signatory. So, and also, I guess, I'd like to hear more from Jason about what he just said. I mean, if he's indicating that he'd rather have a CFO sign, that's something different. I personally think it's probably better for the chief of staff, but I'd like to hear what he has to say. But that's just my opinion. I don't think it's, I understand where Commissioner Vicente Aguilar is coming from. It's not bad, but I do agree with Commissioner Maestas that we do have internal checks and controls. So we would have had presumably anything that the chief of staff signs had administrative services eyes laid on it anyway. So I think it's better to just have chief of staff on mine.
So Jason, please comment on that, and then go to Jim, and then Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Sure, no problem. So Commissioner Hall, if I misspoke, I apologize. I was just wanting to comment and echo what Vice Chair Maestas has already said is the checks and balances do exist. Almost every expenditure goes through the Administrative Services Division for budget approval, most importantly, to ensure that we don't over spend on any of our accounts. The CFO, as designated by the agency, is Jim Williamson, and the contracts, quite honestly, they go through a pretty rigorous process before even being presented to the commission. And so the CFO does sign off on this.
Okay, Jim, please give us your thoughts.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that's absolutely correct. The current status quo process is signature by myself in the CFO role for financial sufficiency, legal sufficiency for Mr. Borman and the agency head. And there are additional signatures required by Tax and Rev, the contractor, and the Contracts Review Bureau as part of BSD. So it is a there's a lot of internal controls at play. So pretty well.
So I take that to mean, Jim, that you're comfortable with the resolution as written.
Mr. Chair, absolutely.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Jim. I just want to make sure everything is working well for the whole agency now that we don't have an office space. There's a lot of quick decisions by the chief of staff, and he's working with outside tenants, possible proposed office space. So, for that reason, I was a little bit cautious, but if Jim Williamson is supporting it, I will support the way the resolution is written.
Thank you, Commissioner. And
Mr. Chairman?
Judy? Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. I've had some experience with contracts when working at DFA, and it is required to have multiple eyes approved. And it sounds like we are doing that. And might I make a suggestion? I've had this experience where there's a buck slip on top of every contract, and it's checked off and initialed after each particular, like the budget people look it over and Jim looks it over, so that, and maybe this already happens, so that when Jason actually gets the contract to sign, he can see each person that's reviewed it. And then we have it as our own backup documentation for audits and any kind of inquiries.
Mr. Chairman, do we have that process here? Do you know, can we ask Jason if we have that process?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we don't have an actual buck sheet that she's referring to. Typically, when something comes across my table, one of the first locations I go to is the signature page to make sure that it's already gone through the appropriate review process. Is not an actual cover letter per se, as Ms. Judy Amer is referring to, but that's something real simple that we can implement. Not a problem. Wouldn't be a problem.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support what Jim Williamson has stated, so I'm good with that.
And I will say that seeing as we already have the controls in place, let's not micromanage here. If you guys want to do a buck sheet, go ahead. If you think you've got it covered without that, that's fine. But thank you for the suggestion, Judy.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. So with that, I can't even remember where we were. Did we have a motion?
I'll move these. I'll move the approval.
Okay, so we have
Second.
a motion from Commissioner Vicente Aguilar to move it, a second from Commissioner Hall. And Mike, can you take the roll?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
That's okay. Just for clarification, we are accepting the revised alternative with the $20,000 limit.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted on the record.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye. And thanks to Commissioner Vicente Aguilar for forcing us to clarify that process a little further. Appreciate the question and the input.
And Mr. Chairman, just for the record,
You're welcome.
Resolution 1621C as amended to include the $20,000 limit is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to consent action items. Mike?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent action items with the exception of case 20-00237-UT.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, a second by Commissioner Byrd. Mike, can you read what we're voting on?
Commissioners, the consent action items that are the subject of the motion and subject for approval are case 20-00223 TRM in the matter of the application of Extreme Storage LLC, DBA Extreme Storage for a certificate to provide household goods and services. Case 20-00226 TRM in the matter of the application of San Juan Regional Medical Center, Inc. for reissuance of certificate number 14436 to provide ambulance service. Case number 20-00224 TRM in the matter of the application of Elite Medical Transport LLC for reissuance of certificate number 54111 to provide ambulance service. Case 20-00234 UT in the matter of the complaint of Brenda C. Price against Kit Carson Electric Cooperative, Inc., and New Mexico Gas Company, Inc. I will take the roll. Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the consent action items as stated are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, we're on to regular action items. And we've got case 19-00286 and Russell Fisk. Russell, are you here?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear
Mr.
me?
Chairman?
Good morning. And so was that you, Commissioner Maestas?
Yeah, I had pulled item B5 out of the consent, so I thought that was first up
yeah,
under
thank
regular
you.
action.
Thank you for keeping me on point here. Yeah, let's go to 20-00237. And Michael.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is a application by Public Service Company of New Mexico, otherwise known as PNM, seeking approval of its application made pursuant to newly enacted Section 68.812, the Transportation Electrification Statute, as they refer to it. And I'm just trying to find, I've got a lot of windows open here on my computer. They are proposing to adopt a transportation electrification program, which would have incentives to both residential and non-residential customers to install charging infrastructure. The incentives would consist of rebates for the purchase cost of 3,000 level 2 residential chargers and supplemental rebates for the installation costs of 150 level 2 chargers for low to moderate income customers who also receive the charger rebate. The non-residential incentives would include rebates for the installation cost of electrical infrastructure behind the meter and up to the base of the charging station. For public direct current fast charging along corridors for commercial customers, rebate for the installation of make-ready infrastructure for public level 2 charging stations, rebates for the installation cost of make-ready infrastructure for workplace level 2 charging for non-residential customers, rebates for the installation of installation cost, of make-ready infrastructure for level 2 chargers at multifamily housing in LMI communities, and rebates for the installation of make-ready infrastructure for mass transit operations that serve such communities. The application proposes 2 new rate options for residential and non-residential customers designed to encourage electric vehicle charging at off-peak hours as electric vehicles become a larger part of PNM's load. PNM proposes a whole home electric vehicle charging rate pilot, which would be a new temporary option under current rate number 1A residential service. PNM would reevaluate this rate in its next general rate case or its next electric vehicle program filing, as well as the time of use rate pilot for non-residential customers under new rate number 3F, which is the non-residential charging station pilot. PNM proposes that it would recover the costs of the program through its rider number 53, which would be a non-bypassable charge to all non-lighting rate schedules designed to collect program costs only after expenditures have been made. PNM intends to file a revised TP rider containing the first rider rate by the end of February 2023, and the rates would begin to be charged to customers in the first billing cycle of May 2023. PNM also requests approval of a regulatory asset to record the program costs as they are incurred until the time they can be collected through the rider. PNM proposes to collect the plan year costs and expenses from customers in the year following the accrual of the costs when those actual costs for the prior year become known. The proposed regulatory asset would include a carrying charge equivalent to the commission's annual customer deposit interest rate, annual rate of 1.67%. The order that's proposed for your adoption today is a purely procedural order, which would begin a proceeding on PNM's application and would suspend notice number 572, which would otherwise implement PNM's new requested rate rider to recover the costs of the program. The order also approves hearing examiner Elizabeth Hurst to any necessary hearings, issue a procedural order at her earliest convenience, establishing the terms under and by which notice of the application should be made, and establishing a time frame for protest intervention by interested parties in accordance with the statutory and regulatory requirements, and issue a recommended decision.
Commissioner Maestas, your thoughts and comments on this item?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason why I pulled it is I wanted to make a few points, and I think as a former planner, I look at the context of it, and what these are programs, but yet this is the first of a program that's going to expand, and to facilitate the expansion, you need an overall plan. And my hope is that these investor-owned utilities that have complied with the Transportation Electrification Act will think in that planning context. They're not required to look beyond their service area, but if you look at the various service areas of the IOUs, it's kind of Swiss cheese throughout the state. And so I think it's our responsibility to try and integrate these transportation electrification programs, perhaps through a third-party evaluation on program integration. And so I see that as perhaps a potential liability going forward in terms of like the full build out and achieving the vision of the Transportation Electrification Act, because it does make a point to include low to moderate income populations. But if you transpose the IOU service areas with these areas that are low to moderate income, they don't always coincide. And the default here is perhaps the targeting of interstate highway corridors. And so this integration is going to have to include a broad transportation component to locate this infrastructure on other types of transportation facilities beyond just the interstate highway systems. And so I just wanted to make these comments that this is exciting. Don't get me wrong, but I think we need a planning context to these electrification programs. And we need an integrator, a third-party integrator, to try and integrate these programs and make sure that it makes sense, that it's strategic and it's targeted, but it has the full build-out in mind. And I understand the reason for them making it only 2 years because of the rapid evolution of this kind of electrification technology. But I want to make sure that we don't create an issue by implicitly excluding low to moderate income households. And I'll just say, I looked at the map, that EPA map of these low to moderate income communities and populations, and they reside in the northwest sector in Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's district, and in my district in north central New Mexico. Your district, Mr. Chairman, the whole colonias. There's no interstate highways going through that area along the border, right? Just east of Las Cruces. So I don't want to belabor it. We're going to have a bite at the apple, but I really think that we need to think about integrating these programs, and these IOUs, investor-owned utilities, need to have a planning element to these programs And lastly, the elephant in the room here is that we're assuming that low to moderate income communities are going to buy electric vehicles. And I think that's a fallacy of this assumption. It's not going to happen. And so I think the legislature, we need to work with the legislature to see if we can break down those barriers, such as cost, to purchasing an EV or an electric vehicle by these LMI communities. And so we just can't look at the back end, right, and assume low to moderate income individuals are going to buy electric vehicles. So we need those incentives. We need tax credits or whatever to break down those barriers to actual vehicle ownership, integrate these programs, and make sure that it's strategic and has a statewide emphasis, and not just on interstate highway corridors, but other areas that are serviced, like my district, Vicente Aguilar's district, and well, throughout the state. So anyway, I don't have any amendments, Mr. Chair, to this order. I mean, I will move to approve it, but I really felt it important to make these comments based on my observations in reviewing this program and then looking at the state as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner
Mr. Chair?
Vicente Aguilar.
We don't necessarily have to vote on this particular request from Public Service of New Mexico. We can certainly send it back to them and ask for a thorough report as they plan to integrate this program. And just like Commissioner Maestas said, what is their vision? We have that right to ask that question. And I think they need to provide a plan that's going to be suitable for every individual in New Mexico. And I'm not going to refer to working families. I'm not going to refer to any other categories, but every citizen in New Mexico believes that this is the direction that we are going as leadership at the Public Regulation Commission. And I would like to make a recommendation that we table this particular advice notice and ask for a thorough report from Public Service of New Mexico. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
I think Commissioner Byrd was up next and then Commissioner Hall.
No comment.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw you there. Commissioner Hall.
Sorry.
Well, I just looked up the statute and I assume General Counsel's office would pop up with this, but according to the statute 62-812, applications to expand transportation electrification, it says no later than January 1, 2021, and thereafter upon request by the commission. I'm leaving a little bit of wordage out. A public utility shall file with the commission an application to expand transportation electrification. Well, I guess they've complied with that. They filed it. I suppose we could do what Commissioner Vicente Aguilar suggests, but it seems like we could probably address those issues even if we followed the advice of General Counsel to just appoint a hearing examiner, and then this issue could be brought up in the context of that proceeding as well. The other thing I wanted to mention was we had a webinar yesterday presented to the public as well as our staff at the PRC on this very topic, and I was surprised to learn that the Department of Transportation has entered into an MOU with other state agencies or other Western states, I'm sorry, for the purpose of integrating EV plans across state lines, and is sort of a larger scale effort. It's an interstate rather than intrastate concept that Commissioner Maestas is discussing, but I think it's essential idea, really. I mean, we really do have to look at this kind of thing from a planning perspective, and I and I really champion that idea, embrace that idea. It's a great idea. And we definitely should be looking at how we can get utilities to work together on this. And I don't think going forward with our particular proceeding would be antithetical to that at all. The proceeding that's suggested by General Counsel's office. So that's-
Commissioner Maestas and then Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yeah, I just wanted to restate what I said earlier is that I don't think we can force these IOUs to look outside their service areas. I think they're complying with the law but I think somebody else, a third party, has to integrate all these electrification programs, and it has to have a planning and transportation focus on it. And then I think we still, we need to advocate to remove those barriers to electric vehicle ownership. I think that is going to be the linchpin of this whole effort. And if we simply assume that, okay, just leave it up to, economics, right? I think that's insensitive of us. And I think that we need to work with the legislature to advocate breaking down those barriers to electric vehicle ownership and not just, let the free market decide where this electrification infrastructure is going to be located, because I'll bet you it's not going to be in these low to moderate income areas across the state.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I would just like to echo that. I think that's actually, after listening to our discussion yesterday in that webinar, I think Commissioner Maestas is quite right that this is an area where there is quite possibly a need for some sort of state regulatory involvement. That the free market is not going to necessarily move fast enough, and there's a role for some regulatory action possibly. So, agreed.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion that we ask for an extensive report from Public Service Company of New Mexico. They need to be clear about their programs that they're submitting to the Public Regulation Commission. And secondly, I would like to ask the General Counsel's office to advise us they have heard our concerns, and please, General Counsel's office, lead us the way on this particular case as how we can abide by the laws.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So I think my understanding is that Commissioner Maestas's comments are related to matters that are really in addition to the application that is submitted by Public Service Company of New Mexico. PNM's application is in response to, as Commissioner Hall pointed out, section 62.8.12, and that does require in subsection A that no later than January 1st, 2021, and thereafter upon request by the Commission, but no more frequently than every 2 years, a public utility shall file with the Commission an application to expand transportation and electrification. And as Commissioner Hall and Maestas were talking about, the need to, I guess, incentivize the utilities to move on this outside the free market pressures or drivers. That is what the statute appears to be doing, is requiring these applications. With respect to serving low income and moderate income users in underserved communities, that's addressed by subsection B of 62.8.12, which states that when considering applications for approval, the Commission shall consider whether the investments, incentives, programs, and expenditures are reasonably expected to increase access to the use of electricity as a transportation fuel, with consideration given for increasing such access to low-income users and users in underserved communities. The statute defines underserved communities as areas in the state, including a county, municipality, or neighborhood, or subset of such area where the median income of such area is low income. The application that PNM has made does have provisions that are intended to address those requirements. PNM has proposed residential incentives that would consist of rebates for the purchase of, as I stated previously, 3,000 level 2 residential chargers, and supplemental rebates for the installation costs of 150 level 2 chargers for low to moderate income customers who also receive the charger rebate. Rebates for installation cost of make-ready infrastructure for level 2 chargers at multifamily housing in low to moderate income communities would be available, and rebates for the installation of make-ready infrastructure for mass transit operations that serve low to moderate income communities are also proposed. Based on the fact that PNM has filed its application, and it's not a discretionary application, it's a mandatory application under the statute. Consistent with due process, I believe that the Commission's obligation at this time is to open a proceeding on PNM's application and address the proposals that PNM has made consistent with due process under our rules of procedure. If it turns out that there is a deficiency in their application that is not addressed by the testimony and other evidence that PNM is submitting in support of its application, that would provide an opportunity for individual commissioners or the commission as a whole to respond and issue supplemental bench requests. However, at this time, without having had an opportunity to address PNM's application on its merits in a hearing setting, I don't believe it would be appropriate to reject its application summarily or request a report outside or extra to the materials that have been submitted in support of its application.
So Mike, I'm going to make just a couple of comments here. First, I am in complete agreement with Commissioner Maestas on this idea that we need to be looking at a bigger picture. And to some degree, that's outside the scope of this particular application, but not entirely. And things bleed into each other. And there's always that discussion of, where do you draw the line that this is part of this docket and this is part of that docket. And so my suggestion would be that in assigning our hearing examiner, in this case, the recommendation is Elizabeth Hurst, that when they go through a scoping process on this, that the scoping get reviewed with the commission so that we can make any comments about issues we're concerned about that the hearing examiner should be delving into. And if we could do that, I think that might give us some room to handle Commissioner Maestas' concerns, as well as Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's concerns, that we're covering all the issues that the commission feels needs to be covered. Just one more comment is that this is going to be a pretty big deal. There's going to be a lot of interveners, which is a great thing. It means that all the issues will get thoroughly vetted. I would just encourage commissioners to follow this one, but also to start thinking about what does this mean in terms of the IRP. It's going to have big impacts on all the infrastructure issues. What does this mean in terms of our distribution planning in particular? I know Commissioner Byrd has brought up those issues in the past. My thought is that, number one, I agree. I don't think we have the authority to just bounce this. We definitely want to suspend the advice notice to let everyone know that we intend to review it thoroughly. And that would be my thoughts about how we should go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted to respond and let you know when I was suggesting with regard to the fact of Commissioner Maestas's comments being I guess you're describing it outside the scope of this. Not that they're not necessarily outside the scope, but it's really, I think he's addressing issues that would be in terms of appointing an evaluator to address these kind of things and try to join or to unify all these separate applications in a comprehensive way. Would be, I think, you'd have the necessity of adopting some sort of rule that would provide for that. Potentially done in a different way, but I think it probably would require rulemaking.
Yeah.
But at this time, given that the statute sets a deadline of January 1st for this application, I think we're obligated to address this application as it stands on the evidence and testimony that's been presented in support of it.
Any other comments on this?
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to move the order.
Second.
I'm sorry, we got a second from who?
Joe.
Joe. Okay, Cynthia moves. Commissioner Maestas seconds. And let's take the roll.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye. And to our hearing examiner, Elizabeth Hurst, you probably have a little bit of a tiger by the tail, but it should be interesting. So we're with you on this one. Okay, on to regular action items. Russell, you still there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So we're back to case number 19-286 UT. This is the rulemaking for the State Rural Universal Service Fund. As the commission will recall, the commission did issue an order adopting amendments to the SRUSF rule in November 18th. And subsequent to that, we had two motions for reconsideration filed. One by the New Mexico Exchange Carrier Group, NMECG. As you will recall, NMECG represents, is an organization that represents most of the rural incumbent local exchange carriers, or the rural ILECs, that receive what's called the Access Reduction Support Payments, the payments calculated under the Rural Telecom Act. The other motion for reconsideration was filed by Smith Bagley. And I'm referring to both of them as motions for reconsideration, although they also use the term, I think Smith Bagley used the term rehearing. Really, no one's asking for a hearing to be reopened or a record to be reopened, just to for the commission to reconsider some of its decisions based on the record that was already before it. So I'll refer to them as motions for reconsideration. So I provided you with a lengthy memo corresponding to the proposed order. A lot of the memo and a lot of the order pertain to uncontroversial recommendations made by NMECG in their motion to basically clean things up, make things make sense. You may recall even that at the November 18th open meeting, I said that there might be some cleanup needed in this order, just because this was a very complicated rulemaking in the sense that we had three workshops beforehand, and then a proposed rule that actually had multiple alternative red lines in it with different sort of intersecting recommendations by different parties or different interested persons, which I would never do again because at the end of the process, it makes it a little difficult to just sift through what is what. But actually, I think our final order, based on there were about 9 of these changes that were clerical, that just needed to fix some things. The NMECG suggested, and those were uncontroversial. Like I said, there were responses filed to the motion for reconsideration by CenturyLink staff. Who else? Oh, the New Mexico Attorney General, and I think that was it. I have anyone else? A Sacred Wind. In order to just sort of cut to the chase, I'm going to say the proposed order would partially grant the New Mexico Exchange Carrier Group's motion for reconsideration, and would fully grant Smith Bagley. So there were 2 issues of controversy. They were more substantive, that went beyond just clerical corrections. And those had to do, those were both within the New Mexico Exchange Carrier Group's motion. And basically my proposed order would agree with New Mexico Exchange Carrier Group on one issue and would disagree on the other. So the first issue has to do with, let's see, let me get to this here. Just to get more. The adding back of a modifier or an adjective, the word regulated, before the word revenues within subpart 25C. That's an area that describes petitions based on, or what's called a need-based petition. And one of the parts of the statute that pertains to those types of petitions specifically refers to a list of things that the commission can consider when consider, or may consider, the word that they quote is may consider when considering a need-based support petition. You may recall that the need-based support petitions, we've only granted one in the past, and that was to Sacred Wind, was a project-based petition. It was the company coming in for to request money for certain projects they wanted to do. It's sort of like the broadband program, but this was before the broadband program, and it was just within this broader need-based petition area. In any event, the statute itself says that the commission may consider, and it lists 3 things. I think it says regulated revenue, expenses, and I don't recall what the third item was, but the crux of the contention is that the amended rule that was published on November 18th, or not published, I'm sorry, it hasn't been published yet, that was issued on November 18th and attached to the order, added back or struck out the word regulated, so that essentially the rule no longer tracked the statute in the sense that, which our rule had before, in the sense that it would seem to allow for the commission to consider, when looking at whether a carrier should receive need-based support, a broader universe of its revenues. Now, largely what this refers to is interstate versus intrastate revenues. There may be some other components to it, but essentially the NMECG has argued, well, it may have been inadvertent to take out the word regulated, and that it should be added back because the statute uses the word regulated revenues. It limits it that way. There were responses in opposition to that by the Attorney General's office, by staff, and I believe CenturyLink also was opposed to this. They all said that that the language of the statute was permissive, not mandatory. In other words, because this was a list provided by the statute, by the legislature, that listed 3 things that could be considered, that may be considered, that the commission shouldn't consider it limiting upon what the commission can consider. In other words, we could go beyond that. But in my proposed order, let's see here. My feeling after reading the statute is that whether or not that list in the statute is meant to be all inclusive, in other words, that the commission couldn't consider anything other than those three things, even if the commission can consider other items other than those three, I do not think the legislature intended that the commission could consider unregulated revenues, such as what the carrier's revenue is in another state, because it seems a pointed reference, regulated revenues. So I don't think you could say the statute says regulated revenues, expenses, and I'm sorry, whatever the third thing is, and then also consider unregulated revenues. I think reading that as a possibility just doesn't make any sense. Why would it be limited to regulated revenues within the statute? So that's the area in which I would add back that modifier regulated to revenues within subpart 25C, so that the commission would be considered in that, or would be limited in that sense, because I think the statute really does require it. So in that sense, I would agree with New Mexico Exchange Carrier Group, NMECG. The other area that was controversial that was with regard to also need-based petitions. You may recall that one of the big policy proposals in this in the rulemaking was by NMECG, was to create a calculation mechanism and a sort of procedure for need-based petitions based on what it called financial stabilization. In other words, to financially stabilize a carrier without reference to any particular project. So it would be, the idea would be a carrier coming in and saying, we're simply, the company is failing, whether it's due to delinquent payments or non-payment because of the ongoing pandemic or other circumstances. This company is failing, and as part of the commission's mission to promote universal service in rural areas, the company simply must be supported. And as you may recall, there was the proposal by NMECG would have set up a rate of return based method of calculating that would be sort of, it was intended to be objective, so that across carriers, we could see, well, are the carriers receiving what would have been a regulated intrastate rate of return, et cetera. Well, the commission rejected that proposal with fairly broad language, talking about how this fund with its $30 million cap this year was already oversubscribed. In other words, we already had more than $30 million worth of demand on the fund due to the many broadband program applications that were received, plus all of the other requirements of the fund, such as paying the rural ILECs their access reduction support payments. So the commission used very broad language in saying that this is not a fund that can serve as a backstop to losses for these companies. For one thing, there was nothing in the record provided as to how big an impact it really would be if how many rural ILECs would come in, how much they would be asking for. But then the commission also said in the order, this is simply beyond the scope of this fund, of this $30 million fund. Well, the NMECG came back in these motions, as motion for reconsideration, and wanted to add back some language that it had proposed itself in the proposed rule in this case, that that allowed not for the rate of return type calculation for a financial stabilization type petition, but just to clarify what would be needed to, or what kind of reporting would be done, just broader kind of provisions for a financial stabilization type petition in general, as opposed to a project specific petition, to simply preserve that as a separate category for potential for potential future petitions. But my proposed order would state really the language of the commission's order on November 18th really did eliminate that possibility of a financial stabilization type petition, whether it's calculated by a rate of return method or whether it's left open for carriers to come in and ask for it based on whatever calculation they want to advocate for. Because the same considerations are going to apply whether it is calculated one way or another. If these companies are indeed suffering, especially with regard to the current pandemic conditions, this is not the fund that has the resources to support that, unfortunately. So in that sense, that would be the NMECG's motion for consideration, partially granted because I would disagree with NMECG on that last point about financial stabilization petitions in general. Then Smith Bagley, in their motion, they had just one specific area they wanted to look at, and it was within the broadband program provisions. And that was within the conditions for disbursement of awarded funds. So this is subsection H3, 31H3, which pertains to after a company has already been awarded broadband program funding in one application cycle, then they begin the project. And under our rule, there's a 3-stage set of payments. There's an initial payment, midpoint payment, and final payment. And Smith Bagley felt that in the language of our rule, there was some contradictory indications as to when a company was entitled to the initial disbursement. There was some language in the rule which suggested that the company would need to commence the project before receiving the initial disbursement. In other words, that's what they would have to prove. As you know, Eugene Evans reviews these disbursement requests on behalf of staff. And so what Smith Bagley was concerned about was that, well, what other parts of the rule, of the same section of the rule said, well, what the ETC or the carrier must show is that they're prepared to commence the project in terms of engineering, ordering of equipment, and permitting, that they're ready to go. And Smith Bagley said that makes more sense. That's really what matters, especially for a smaller company like Smith Bagley that actually needs the initial disbursement before they can begin the project, that they can't just front the money from some other source and commence the project and then ask for the money. So the proposed order would adopt Smith Bagley's proposed revisions. That would just clarify, take out the language that makes it seem as if the company must have already commenced the project, and just clearly state, no, the company only needs to be ready to begin with having permitted and permits and everything else in place. And I guess with that, I'll just take any questions from the commission.
Commissioners, any questions, comments?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I read this carefully, and I agree with the proposed order as Russell has described it. I think he did a very excellent job describing the issues, but I completely agree with the discussion on the term regulated in terms of revenues. It really should be there. It needs to be there because that's in the statute. And I thought Smith Bagley's proposed language was quite reasonable and clarifying. And the existing language was kind of alarming because it did seem to contemplate that, recipients of awards would have to have done, would have had to incur expenses that I thought the awards were intended to cover. So I would move the order unless there's further discussion.
I will second that.
I'd have, first of all, moved by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Byrd. I had a question for Russell, and I was looking at item 28. And I have to say, I was still confused by that language. And Russell, maybe you can clarify it for me. On the one hand, it seems to say the first disbursement of a third can go out at the time there's notification that they're ready to go. And then there's language below that that seems to say they need to start the work. And then they can get that first payment. And I wonder if you could just walk through that language to help my little pea brain get around this one.
Well, let me take a look at that. And what you may be pointing out is something that because if what you're describing would be, in other words, that we really hadn't affected the change that Smith Bagley wanted, because that's exactly the change they wanted, was to get rid of any such language. Let me look at that. Let me find the red line, and perhaps I've omitted something from the red line. Let me see. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just reviewing my red line here to make sure.
So I'm going to, within 30 days of the commencement of the project, the carrier must notify the commission in the relevant docket that the project build-out has begun. Within 30 days of the filing of the carrier's notice of commencement, the administrator shall disperse 1/3 of the award to the carrier. So that piece of it has me confused. That sounds like we're contradicting the first part, which says, no, when you show that you're ready to go, then you can get the disbursement. You don't have to be convinced.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I agree exactly. I'm sorry, let me just make sure, maybe I haven't reproduced. That seems like that should be the language that should be struck. So I'm sorry, let me just look at maybe just be a mistake in my red line here. Let me just look at Smith Bagley's motion, just to make sure
yeah, I had the sense that maybe that was, for some reason, that was old language.
Yeah, you're right. That's the crux of it. So I don't know why that would be left here. Let's see. I just have to look at this. I'm sorry. Bear with me here. I pull up Smith.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
While Russell is reviewing the statute and the language, can we take a break?
Yes, I think we can. We don't need a vote on that, but we can take 5 minutes. Is that enough, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break till 11:16 a.m. Okay, is everybody back? Hello?
I'm still here.
Well, we got Jeff.
I'm here. I'm here.
Ready to go.
I'm present.
Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you back?
Not quite yet.
Yeah, let's give her another minute.
Yeah, let's go another minute.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, you back yet? Well, I'll tell you what, let's, Russell,
Yes, Mr.
are you
Chairman.
there? Okay. Why don't we get started and we can probably backfill with the commissioner when she comes in.
All right. So, Mr. Chairman, what you pointed out is absolutely correct. Those two, there were, if you're looking at my memo, you want to look at page 8. And this is also, that's coming right. That's also exactly how it's provided in the order itself. As I was saying, what Smith Bagley is trying to effectuate was to get rid of any language that made it seem that the carrier would have to commence the project before requesting the initial disbursement, and make it clear that they only need to provide notice that they're prepared to commence the project. And the language, the first couple of sentences, the first few modifications do that. Smith Bagley's recommendation do that. They get rid of language about notifying the staff of commencement, and that providing written notice of commencement. So you see where it says the administrator shall disperse 1/3 of the award promptly following of the ETC's written notice that is prepared to commence the project. Well, that's how Smith Bagley would change it. You provide notice you're prepared to commence the project, not that you've actually commenced it. So they struck out the part about commencement. There, it's all right, makes sense. The adding that language at the top, prior to the initial disbursement, the ETC must notify the commission that's prepared to commence, that it has permitting, so that's all right. But then as you go down, as you pointed out, Mr. Chairman, there's still language that starts, two sentences that start with the words within 30 days. Within 30 days of the commencement of the project, the carrier must notify the commission in the relevant docket that project build out has begun. Well, that would be okay if it were just some reporting requirement, but that's not a reporting requirement. We do, we have the rule requires semi-annual reporting. This is about the initial payment, because the next sentence says, within 30 days of the filing of the carrier's notice of the commencement of the project, the administrator shall disperse 1/3. Well, that's contrary to the point of that this is about getting notice of the that you're ready to commence, that you're prepared to commence. So I agree, those two sentences in there should be taken out. One thing I just want to take a quick look at is it's possible here, because we had so many layers there's the initial rule, the actual rule as it is, the proposed rule, and the amended rule, that possibly they didn't strike those sentences out in what they gave us, because those sentences are not even in the current rule, but they're only in the proposed rule. I'm sorry. The layers upon layers of proposals made this a little difficult to deal with. So I'm just looking right now for my own at the rule that as it currently stands. So I think what happened there is that Smith Bagley did not recommend removing those two sentences, because it was looking at the current rule, and those two sentences weren't in the current rule anyway. I think they were in the proposed rule and it was someone else's proposal. So I'm sorry for all this. This is the problem with having many proposals layered on top of each other in a proposed rule. So Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. Those two sentences should go. And I think Smith Bagley intended that as well, but just, you know, there was a kind of mix up here between the current rule, the proposed rule, the amended rule, et cetera. So with that, I'll just let the commission, I think Commissioner Hall may wish to amend her motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I do want to amend my motion. And I think we need to put the correction in the proposed order as well, because I don't think it's in there. That we, so I would move the order except that the proposed Smith-Bagley language, as we have stated in the order correct right now, needs to remove two sentences on page 11. The first one is on the first line of page 11 at the end. It begins with the word within. And it states, in 30 days of commencement of the project, the carrier must notify the commission in the relevant docket that the project build out has begun. That needs to be removed. And the next sentence also should be removed. Within 30 days of the filing of the carrier's notice of the commencement of the project, the administrator shall disperse 1/3 of the award to the carrier, because those are not necessary and contradictory to what we're trying to achieve right here. So we may remove the two sentences at the top of page 11 that begin with the word within. That's the first two full sentences. And then we'll achieve what we're trying to achieve. They're duplicative. Well, one is anyhow. Is that clear, Russell?
Yes, Commissioner Hall, that's absolutely correct. And so, yeah, I would redline those out and even provide a little explanatory note that I think Smith Bagley didn't redline those out because they were looking at the current rule and not the proposed rule, or maybe the proposed rule and not the amended. Seriously, that's how complicated it is. I was looking at the amended rule, and they, I think, were looking at the proposed rule. Anyway, we'll make it clear.
Okay, thank you.
So we're moving with that amendment, Commissioner Hall?
Correct. Correct. Yes.
I'll second that.
Ah, you're back. Great. Thank you, Commissioner
Thank
Vicente
you.
Aguilar, second. And any other commissioner comments? Michael, take the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The motion to adopt the order in case 19-00286 UT is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Item 7, in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for revision of its retail rates under advice number 292, authorization and approval to abandon its Plant X Unit 3 generating station and other associated relief. Judith. Is Judy here?
You're muted, Judy. You're muted.
I'm unmuted now. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Fishman and members of the commission. This matter comes before you upon the verified motion for protective order that was filed on December 18th, 2020 by Southwestern Public Service Company. It was filed prior to their filing on Tuesday of their rate case. The proposed order would grant the verified motion for a protective order and would adopt a protective order that is virtually the same as the protective order that the commission granted in SPS's previously filed rate case 19-00-170. It allows, and it's okay, now it allows for the disclosure of certain information between the parties under confidentiality agreements. And the only thing I have to say about it is that they asked for the parties in the previous rate cases positions, and staff did not oppose. New Mexico AG did not oppose. Occidental Permian Limited did not oppose. COG Operating LLC did not oppose. CCAE took no position. Louisiana Energy Services LLC did not oppose. New Mexico Gas Company did not oppose. New Mexico Large Customer Group did not oppose. Sierra Club did not oppose. FEA did not oppose. WRA did not provide a position. Roosevelt County Electric Cooperative did not provide a position, and Central Valley Electric Cooperative did not provide a position. When I wrote the proposed order and memo, I had not, that was last week on Thursday. Then on Monday, SPS did file the rate case. And if you would like me to briefly state what the application requests, I can. Yeah, I've read over the application. That being said, it could wait till next week when I plan on bringing a proposed order suspending the advice notice and assigning a hearing examiner. I could go over what the application states at that time, or I could go over it now.
This a 3-minute deal to give the quick overview?
Yes, I can do it in 3 minutes.
So let's just do a little 3-minute quick overview, knowing we can get into it deeper
Okay.
next week.
So the application that was filed requested the commission authorize SPS to increase its base rate charges for its New Mexico retail jurisdiction by $87,782,544, which is a 27.17% increase over its current base rate revenue. And it's based upon a New Mexico retail base rate revenue requirement of $410,824,970. And it's also requesting a return on common equity of 10.35% and a weighted average cost of capital of 7.61%. It's also asking for a new depreciation rates for the remaining life of its toll generating station with an abandonment of date of 2032, which was approved in the prior rate case 19-00170. It's also requesting to fully depreciate Plant X Unit 3 generating station by an accelerated date, December 31st, 2022, and depreciate the coal-specific assets at the Harrington Generating Station by December 31st, 2024. And it also asks for rate case expenses unrecovered from its prior rate case 19-00170. It requests authorization to continue to recover amounts billed for historic attachment Z2 charges, as was approved originally in the rate case of 17-00255. It requests approval of a certain accounting treatment for dismantling costs of Carlsbad Generation Station in the Moore County plant. It requests authorization to accrue a regulatory liability regarding funds that SPS will provide to customers as a result of a settlement with Lubbock Power and Light. And I can keep going, but those are the highlights. I think that was
Mr. Chair.
3
You
minutes.
get the general idea. Commissioner Hall.
I would move the order. This is just a procedural order, and I think we can go forward with it. It's definitely a big case, but
Yep.
this part of it is pretty procedural.
Yep, I just wanted to get on the record for people tuning in.
Good idea.
Second,
I'll second.
Commissioner, not Commissioner, Michael, could you take the roll?
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
I just
Maestas.
want to offer some friendly amendments. If you look on page 4 in the section immediately under it is therefore ordered in paragraph A. If you look at that first sentence, there's just some duplication of a clause, the terms and conditions of this order and the terms and conditions of this order. So there's just some repetition there in that first sentence in paragraph A under that section. And then in paragraph B, there's a complete duplicative sentence in part B. That same sentence that begins with "this protective order shall not be construed" is already in part A.
Thank you. I'll make those changes.
Mr. Chair, I'll amend my motion to incorporate those changes.
I still second. And Mike, please, go ahead.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the proposed order in case 20-00205 UT is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Item number 8, in the matter of the temporary moratorium on residential utility disconnections during the time period COVID-19 pandemic emergency orders are in effect. And Judy, it's yours again.
Commissioner Fishman, members of the commission, this matter comes before you today upon a previous commission order dated October 28th, 2020, entitled Temporary Order Prohibiting Disconnection of Residential Customer Utility Service, which I will refer to as the October 28th temporary order. And it was a temporary order prohibiting disconnections. It's also called a moratorium by various parties. And it continued the moratorium from November 10th, 2020 until today, January 6th, 2021. It was due to the governor's executive orders due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was also pursuant to amended rules that we enacted that allowed the commission, when the governor issues an emergency order, to subsequently do temporary orders that would establish procedures for a temporary moratorium on disconnections of residential customers. So that is a little bit of background. And one thing I need to let you know, even though you have 2 alternative orders in your packet, I was doing some more research this morning, and I discovered that the governor has, through the Department of Health, extended her emergency orders until January 29th, 2021. So previously, we had done a bench request on December 23rd, asking for staff to give their opinion as to how to go forward at this point. And their response was based upon the only executive order that was in place at the time, which stated January 8th, 2021. Now I've discovered that the executive orders are extended till January 29th, 2021 by virtue of a December 30th, 2020, a Department of Health emergency order. So that being said, that might color a lot of the previous orders that were supplied to you. By the bench request order of December 23rd, 2020, we had requested the utilities and the New Mexico Rural Electric Cooperative Association to file comments about whether to continue the moratorium, if so, for how long. We also asked for updates on all of their outreach efforts and their arrearages, which the updates that were filed by SPS, PNM, gas company, EPE, I created an exhibit A to the order, and that summarizes their outreach efforts. It has arrearages, it has percentage of people who've participated in installment plan arrangements, and I can go through that if you'd like me to. The only utility, the staff at the time that they answered the bench request stated that they believed that if the governor's emergency order was extended or replaced with another emergency order that continued the current restrictions, which the one issued on December 30th does, then the commission's moratorium should similarly be extended. And the only other entity that made a specific recommendation was gas company, who recommended 3 months extension. That being said, I originally last week sent an order proposing something similar to what staff and gas company had recommended, which would have been a 3-month extension of our current moratorium. Subsequently, Commissioner Maestas approached Office of General Counsel and requested an alternative order, and which was finalized late yesterday, which I apologize for. And Commissioner Maestas's order would, similar to what staff had recommended, would have the moratorium on disconnects be tied to the governor's orders, and it would expire when the governor's orders expired. The order that you received late last night did not at that time know that they had been extended till January 29th. So it had some contingency language. That being said, I don't think the contingency language is needed now that we know that it's January 29th. However, in addition, Commissioner Maestas wanted to include language that was looking forward to the transition period after the governor's orders may expire, and what would that look like? Would disconnections just cease, or would they continue, but just for a certain sector of the population, such as low-income customers or economically disadvantaged customers due to the pandemic? And in addition, we also have to look at Rule 410, because Rule 410 is in place, and certain ideas that were discussed regarding a transition period would require an amendment of Rule 410, such as a longer-term installment plan. The way Rule 410 reads now, utilities do not need to enter into installment plans with chronically delinquent customers, but we now have a huge set of chronically delinquent customers, not due to their own fault. So, I mean, I don't know if that's the right word, but due to the circumstances, the crisis. Therefore, that would need to be amended. So, in Commissioner Maestas's order, there's a paragraph, a decretal paragraph C that states, by the close of business in 2 weeks, staff, PNM, SPS, EPE, and the Rural Electric Cooperative Association shall, and other participants may, file a proposed transition plan that would contain certain benchmarks, like a certain percentage of, these are just ideas again, and I'm totally open and whatever the commission would like, but a certain percentage of federal poverty levels or other benchmark for determining who is a low income customer. We know that LIHEAP customers receive certain assistance, but now there's a variety of customers that may be at 150% or 200% of LIHEAP. Maybe that could be a benchmark that could be increased to capture those. So again, asking for ideas and transition plan ideas. Ideally, it was discussed between myself and Michael Smith. Perhaps we could schedule a meeting after that, before January 29th, where all the stakeholders, we could have a public hearing where they all came and discussed a variety of ideas. I think just as a policy matter, it would be extremely beneficial if the utilities and the other stakeholders could come to a cooperative agreement, which is something that happened in Arizona, where the utilities did agree with and basically came up with a cooperative agreement about a transition plan. So these are a variety of ideas, but at this point, Commissioner Maestas may want to add something. And so you have essentially 3 orders before you. 1, the simple 90-day extension. 2, Commissioner Maestas' order, which would be tied to the January 29th date of the governor and would have transition plan reporting requirements. And then a third one would include perhaps a stakeholder public hearing.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Maestas, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, Judy, covered this. This is a really fluid discussion, but, I think we all realize this is a major decision by this commission. And looking across the country, different states are taking different actions, but, we are New Mexico, and certainly we can't allow the moratorium on disconnections to expire on January 8th. And I'm heartened to hear that the governor has extended her orders. My reason for offering amendments is the originally proposed order was somewhat arbitrary in taking New Mexico Gas Company's recommendations and just extending it for 3 months. And my hat's off to New Mexico Gas Company. They have, I think, maybe done the most in terms of adopting measures to alleviate the impacts on their customers. But this is a broader issue here that we need to think about. The pandemic's not going to last forever. I don't think we've really thought ahead about, okay, what's this transition plan going to be like? How much time should we give people to get on their feet? Once the vaccine is administered, throughout. And I was concerned with departing from the past policy of tying our moratorium on disconnections to the governor's orders. And I think that's wise, but I think we also need to think about that soft landing once those orders expire. And in order to do that, I think we need to work cooperatively with all the entities out there, the regulated entities, in coming up with some agreeable, transition plans. And I just want to make one appeal, to corporate citizenship. I think New Mexico Gas Company is use shareholder funds to create a relief fund, and I'd like to see the same thing from other utilities. I acknowledge that they're carrying an incredible amount of debt. I think the total is 42 million, with I think PNM carrying the highest level of debt so far at about 17 million. So that's not lost on me. But I think, we acknowledge that we've seen a rise in residential utility service during the work week and during the work day. We don't know what those profits are, collective profits from those customers that have been current on their bills, but this is going to require, I think, a collective effort. But I certainly want to extend this moratorium, but I just feel better that we continue to anchor it to the governor's orders. And look, although the governor extended it to January 28th, it's going to be a while until this vaccine is administered. And I have no doubt that those orders will continue to be extended. I think the reason for the incremental extensions are gauging the impacts on businesses. But look, the impacts to ratepayers, I mean, it's very apparent. And I think that we've seen, based on the public comment from Ms. Gutierrez, that even before the pandemic, we had about 100,000 people that are struggling in the state to pay their utility bills. So I urge my colleagues to consider my resolution to tie it to the governor's orders in terms of the moratorium, and that we begin a process to formalize and even institutionalize the need for a transition plan, when the governor's orders expire. And so by virtue of me saying that, I don't advocate that the moratorium expire right at the expiration of the governor's orders. There's got to be that transition plan that I'm speaking of. And I feel better. I don't want to be arbitrary and say it should be 90 days. It should be, more than that. And I want to just finish by appealing to the legislature. As all my colleagues know, we have sent our legislative agenda in there, and I suggested that we add a provision asking that the legislature consider some specific state assistance to those ratepayers that are delinquent on their utility accounts. We've seen some federal money through the CARES Act already being administered, $300 to those ratepayers that already qualify under the LIHEAP program. And I think Human Services is administering that funds and providing it directly to the utility vendors. And so I think everybody needs to step up, not just at the federal level, but I think the state legislature needs to step up. And I think the other utility companies, gas company aside, need to decide whether the investors can help and create some kind of a relief fund from shareholder funds.
Commissioner discussion.
I concur. I think that's absolutely something we should look at carefully. It falls within our ambit of responsibility. And I think we're maybe best positioned to just deal with this other than with legislative support because we regulate the utilities and their actions. So I have often thought about the hardships of my fellow New Mexicans who've lost their jobs and don't have a way to make money. And 90 days, I think, is too short also. So I think this is a good thing we should embark on. And I think the idea of a workshop is a good idea too. So I'm in support of the whole concept. I'm not sure how we want to reword this order, given, I guess Judy could propose some different language, but I definitely support the whole effort. And I think we should definitely be talking to members of the legislature about this very issue.
Jeff, do you have any thoughts on this, Commissioner Byrd?
I do. Thank you. First, I have a question for Ms. Amir. Since our last moratorium and during when we passed that, we discussed putting some kind of mechanism in there so that the utility companies have a way to work with each customer who's delinquent and try to start setting up a payment plan. One, because the small utilities need the revenue to operate. Not every one of our utilities is a publicly traded company. There's many small utility providers that rely on that monthly payment to pay their staff and make repairs and make sure that they're delivering the product as promised. And we had talked about it, putting the mechanism in there where they could go get with these customers, try to get them on some kind of payment plan so that at the end of the moratorium, the bill hasn't continued to grow. We're probably looking at thousands of dollars now. It's easy, $1,000 a household if they haven't paid their bill in 10 months. And so is there anything, I didn't see it in this order. Is there anything in this order that allows the companies to start working on payment plans?
Commissioner Byrd, yes, as I stated, I prepared Exhibit A, which is the updates that were filed by PNM, EPE, SPS, and gas company.
Right.
And I can go through those. And they have been making numerous calls, sending, like for instance, PNM made a total of 8,880 arrangements, but only 1,394 of them are still active. 1,389 were satisfied, but 5,456 were broken, meaning the customer defaulted on their payment arrangement. I'm sorry, this is SPS, not PNM. And so there's those issues. PNM, they have, various assistance programs. They also have entered, as was stated, their arrears are 17.9 million. Well, that was October 16th. As of December 25th, it was 21.6 million. And they have 54,000 residential customers and 33,000 commercial customers with at least one arrearage. Of the 57,210 combined residential and commercial customers with arrearages, only 7,000 residential customers and 300 commercial customers, or 13.6%, have entered into an extended payment plan, which they said was up to 12 months to pay off the accumulated arrearages. And then I've included two tables that they included in their updated report as this Exhibit A. For EPE, they have, as of November, there were, they've been making numerous calls each month, and like in the September was 13,000, October was 13,000, November was 7,000, December not yet available. They've had live agents making the calls. They did door hangers. They've sent out newsletters, and EPE states they have 990 active payment arrangements that were started in March, and those payment arrangements have an outstanding balance of $455,670. Gas company has various assistance plans, programs, and they have made increased efforts to inform customers and encourage them into payment arrangements. They have two types. They have payment extensions, and then they have, which just give them additional time to pay the full delinquent amount, and they have installment plans, which allow customers to make payments of a certain amount over several months. And at the end of December 20th, they have 1,000 active plans approximately. And, but I think what your question and comment is geared towards is the rural electric cooperatives. And they submitted comments, and they correctly stated that they're unique in the sense that they aren't, investor owned, they're owned by the members, and that if they can't make their monthly bills, the members have to come up, the other members have to come up with the funds. So I think they might, I think they didn't actually state it, but they were trying to make a case for their uniqueness, and perhaps, and this is something the commission could consider, you could carve them out of the moratorium and have them just continue the efforts that they're doing. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner.
It does, and you actually were headed towards the crux of my concern. It isn't the big IOUs so much. I don't think it's fair to hammer on them when the little guys are getting different treatment. My other concern is that despite the governor's moratorium, there are people across the state whose utilities are being shut off. And it's because they don't fall under our purview. And I see that as an inconsistency that it isn't fair that some people get away with it and others do not. Some people can get away with not paying their bill, and I know it's not their control, but they're doing it. Yet other people who are in the same condition, it's not their fault, but their power, their water, everything's been shut off. And I have a problem with that inconsistency. I think that we need to strive to be consistent across the board. And if we can't, if we can't make it happen for everybody, then we shouldn't expect it for others. If we can't ensure that nobody gets shut off, then we shouldn't be protecting others.
Okay. Anything more, Commissioner Byrd?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner Mastis.
Well, I think we all know that there is the ultimate opportunity for all these entities, these utilities, to recover this debt and register it as a reg asset, and we'll deal with that down the road. But in listening to Commissioner Byrd, the co-ops could be slowly basically dying on the vine because it's affecting their operations. It's affecting their ability to deploy linemen in the event of an emergency. And I don't have a sense for what that impact is to the non-IOUs that fall under the moratorium. And I wish I did to get a better idea, because I think it's not my intent to kill companies because of this moratorium. So I'm a bit conflicted, but I still feel they all should fall under that umbrella until I have some information in terms of how this is truly impacting their operations, and they being the non-IOUs that fall under the moratorium. So I don't want to speculate, but I think so far everyone seems to be kind of complying with this interim situation. They're doing all they can to reach out to ratepayers and help them navigate through this pandemic. And so I don't think I'm prepared to really take anybody out, the co-ops at this point. And I think that if we still tie it to the governor's orders, I think that's smart policy. But creating a 90-day extension in the event that the orders expire will give us a chance in that intervening time to work with utility companies and really come up with a real plan for them to make this transition and at the same time help the distressed ratepayers that are behind on their accounts.
I had a couple thoughts here. One is in terms of legislation. I'm certainly open to getting that onto our legislative agenda. In terms of the scope of that legislation, listening to this discussion, it seems to me it should not cover just customers, but it should also cover potential financial support for stressed small utilities. And so that they can then extend the same kind of protections to their customers without going under. And so I think that'd be if we present an idea to the legislature, it might be a good idea that we're looking at protecting both those entities. Personally, I love the idea of, Judy, what you called option 3, which to me has that workshop. It basically takes Joe's ideas and just adds the workshop. I think a lot of the public will be very interested in this. The idea of a public workshop that everybody can see the ideas being considered, I think makes a lot of sense and is just basically good government. And so personally, that's what I'm feeling. In terms of drawing up a legislative idea, number one, we should add it to our list. Number two, to me, it would be emergency legislation that would go into effect right after the session. It wouldn't wait till June or July.
Mm-hmm.
And that we as a commission might want to get with someone in legislative council and start drafting some ideas now. One particular concern I had looking through the proposals is somebody going to start raising mountain states kinds of issues. And I want to be sure that any idea we come up with, we've considered that so we don't just run ashore before we even get started. So anyway, those are my thoughts on it, if that makes sense to folks.
Commissioner Fishman, what are you referring to when you're talking about mountain states issues?
No social rate making. So would anything that we're considering somehow be cast as social rate making that is forbidden under the Mountain States Court decision? So it's just it's not a killer. It's just something we have to think through to be sure we've taken account of whatever impacts that might have.
Yeah. I think those sound like good ideas. Good ideas. I think this is one of the, aside from getting ill, and losing your job, this is way up there in importance, not just for consumers, but for utilities the rural utilities. And I thought the Rural Electric Co-op organization made very good points on that. And so I agree that they may need some assistance, some effort to rescue rescue them in the same way consumers do. So, and I also like the idea of a workshop. I think I said that before, but I'm not sure. But in any case, I definitely think we're in a good position to gather information through that kind of process to provide to the legislature. And if we could do it sooner rather than later, it would be a good thing, especially if we want to discuss emergency legislation.
Circling back to Commissioner Byrd, are we at least starting to address some of your concerns here? Is this making sense?
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with the legislative agenda item, though.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Fishman. I would just be
No,
interested
go
to know
ahead.
what
I was just going to ask Commissioner Byrd to elaborate.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Well, I believe what Commissioner Maestas was proposing is assistance payments through the legislature.
Mm-hmm.
Did I misunderstand that?
Well, yes, that's already in our existing legislative agenda, but the assistance that we requested in our legislative agenda was for ratepayers, not for small utilities. And so I think that's a variation or an addition to our legislative request to consider that. And it's part and parcel with what's happening at the federal level. And the precedent, I think, has been set in terms of what the New Mexico Gas Company has done is set aside shareholder funds in the form of a pandemic relief fund to help distressed customers of theirs. So I just think it's a way to not let the distressed small co-ops and utility companies kind of wither, you kind of die on the vine under this moratorium. And so that's what I think I heard, and I would support that.
Commissioner Byrd, just go ahead and do your back and forth with Commissioner Maestas to be sure you're clear.
Well, and I'm all in favor of a company doing what they can within their resources to help, right? I have a bigger problem with me telling them how to do that. But part of what we're missing here is what I mentioned. There are people being kicked off. Their utilities are being turned off, and we have no control over that. And if we're going to do legislation, it needs to be equal so that those people are also being covered. Municipalities are being allowed to kick people off utilities. Some municipalities carry electricity as well as water, sewage, and there are a lot of people who have been kicked off of electricity. It's been turned off by the cities. So it's not just who we control, but it's a statewide issue. And so I have a problem with it not being consistent across the state.
I'll comment on that. It's, again, I would say that at least from a legislative perspective, I would agree that legislation should cover municipal utilities in this regard. If that's one of the avenues we're going to pursue.
I agree with that too. And I think it's something we could make as a recommendation. I mean, it isn't within our jurisdiction, of course, but it's something that should be said to legislators.
Mr. Chair.
On this item, is anyone ready to make a motion? We've got 1, 2, and 3.
Commissioner,
I just go ahead, Mike.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I do have to express my one concern, and my apologies to Commissioner Maestas. But I do have a serious concern about whether we're exceeding the commission's authority under the proposal to create a mandatory continuation of the moratorium during the transition period that is defined in that proposed order, because it conflicts directly with the rules that we adopted recently, which address the commission's powers to adopt a moratorium, which is tied expressly to and derivative of the governor's issuance of executive orders declaring a state of emergency. So basically, we would be going out beyond what we have established through a rulemaking already as being the parameters under which we can issue a moratorium. That was why Judy and I had discussed going back to a collaborative environment with the utilities, which is how the original temporary moratorium was issued back in March, with the consensus of all the parties to see what to avoid basically damage to or harm, further burden, I guess, on ratepayers who couldn't avoid a disconnection otherwise. So that was why we were proposing that we go back to that model with the eye of adopting the getting input from the utilities and issuing another rule, emergency rule, addressing the need for extended payment plan terms and the other provisions that Judy had discussed, which would essentially modify the existing rules on payment plans. And there might be other issues that would come up as well during that conversation. And I do stress, though, that this would need there's an immediacy issue in terms of doing this, because we don't know how long the governor's order is going to extend in the future. I think some form of the governor's order is probably going to extend for a significant period of time. So I do think we probably are going to have a fair amount of time, but it's uncertain.
Yeah, and just to echo what Mike just said, just to clarify what option 3 would be, it would be extending the moratorium until January 29th and having that workshop happen before that date, so we could theoretically have something in place by the 29th that looked like either a cooperative agreement or a transition plan, and so that we could have proposed emergency rule changes to Rule 410 by that date.
Mr. Chair, just a procedural comment. I mean, I think if any commissioner, makes amendments to an order, it would be good for Mike to take a look at it first before it's actually sent out, because option 3 contradicts my option number 2, and I thought it was acceptable to OGC. So I realize it's a very fluid situation, but I'll support option 3 because it's not arbitrary. It's tied to the governor's orders, and it's collaborative in that it would get feedback from all these entities that are being impacted too by this pandemic and their inability to take action to recover that debt from a regulatory standpoint.
Okay. So is that a motion?
Move to approve option 3.
Second.
And okay.
And Commissioner Hall seconded. There's a lot more to discuss about this. It is fluid and ongoing and a little frustrating for that reason, but let's just keep talking and we'll get there.
One question before you vote. When would you want the workshop to be held?
Couple of weeks. Does that give people time?
At the most.
10 days?
You want to give it 10 days. You want people to come in with ideas, give them enough time to develop a few ideas first. But again, we don't have much time to wait. So
Right.
10, 12 days makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I would propose after our open meeting next week, we can schedule it 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon for the workshop.
I guess
It's a bit
that's
soon.
possible. There's part of me that's thinking I'm pretty tired after we do one of these meetings, and will I be able to focus as much as I need to? This is just personal. If we try and do it in the same day, so there's part of me that would almost rather do it on a different day than the open meeting, so that we can everybody's coming to it fresh. Thoughts from other commissioners?
Well,
I think we might
about
need
10 days. I think maybe a week would be much too soon.
Yeah.
Okay,
I tend
Commissioner
to
Hall,
agree with that. I think it's important to get the word out a lot. And in 1 week, it might be too soon to really notify everybody and have them get, and allow them to get prepared and scheduled. And I think we need a little more time. And I also agree, we want to be fresh, and we want to also be able to schedule it for enough time. I mean, right now it's afternoon, and our meetings often go till 1 or 2. So I wouldn't want to shortchange the length of time of a workshop of that nature either. I think we should plan a day for it. And if it ends by 2 or 3, that's great. But I think it's probably better to start something like that in the morning, just because it could go on.
Commissioner Byrd, we haven't heard from you on this.
I kind of like Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's idea, but I kind of agree with Commissioner Hall too, that, that may not be enough time. Not all of us are that old, so that's not a tiredness issue. But
and I'm not
I'm glad you're not naming names.
I'm not ashamed.
No, not naming names. But I think it's probably is too soon. 2 weeks after the meeting, maybe, but that may not be enough time.
Right.
It depends on how much input the utilities feel they need to put in there, and I don't want to shortchange them. I agree with that. So just because of the unknown, I don't think on the same day is a good idea.
So perhaps the following Monday?
Yeah. That's a little more than 10. That's 12 days or something, right? But I think that's pretty reasonable.
Is that
I think Friday would be tough.
Is that Martin Luther King Day?
What?
We have to make sure it's not Martin Luther King's birthday.
Not what?
General counsel always screws it up,
Sorry,
We
I
got
don't
it solved, and then go ahead.
create
Go ahead,
these
Judy.
federal holidays. We just want to make sure we're not doing it on Martin Luther King's birthday.
We could push it to Tuesday, I guess, if we need to.
Right. I need to look at it on my calendar. So.
Oh, Martin Luther King Day. No, that's not till the 21st or something.
No, I think it's on the 18th.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Commissioners, Judy, we do have a holiday on January 18th. That is actually one of the weeks that I am proposing canceling the open meeting. So if you wanted to consider scheduling something that Wednesday instead, that would be up to the commission.
Either Tuesday or Wednesday is fine. I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly 2 weeks.
Yeah, that works. Tuesday or Wednesday works for me.
Yeah.
Other commissioners, are you good with that?
I'm okay with that.
For anyone's information, the 20th is the inauguration day. January 18th is Martin Luther King's birthday, and then January 20th is inauguration day, and January 19th is free. But it might actually be the day the legislative session starts. That I'm not sure about.
Well, if it'll save me from having to walk over and watch the ceremonies at the legislature, then that's the day we should do it, that I don't have to do that.
I'm completely open, so whatever you all decide, I support it.
Well, I'm in favor of doing it on Tuesday unless we think we want legislators to appear and listen. But I think it needs to be a listening session for consumers and affected members of the public and affected rural utilities. So I don't think that needs to be a conflict.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar? Will you-
I think the 19th is good.
Okay, it sounds like we're coming, 19th is the consensus here, so let's plan a meeting for then and get the word out to all the parties and go from there. Do we need to take any particular action on that apart from what we just did, Mike?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, sorry to throw another wrench. There's just a lot going on. But El Paso electric rate case is January 14th through January 29th, just FYI.
Yeah, that's unavoidable.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think if everybody's in consent, we can just schedule that.
Okay, terrific.
I think we still need a vote on the order.
Yes, so we have a motion on option 3. I will second.
I seconded it.
Oh, okay, it's already
You
seconded,
call.
so
Yeah.
let's call the roll. Or did I miss you, Teresa?
No, I'm good. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Byrd,
Nay.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioners, by a vote of 4-1, Commissioner Byrd voting, the proposed order is adopted. I just wanted to apologize, Commissioner Maestas, for the late advice on that. I misunderstood, I guess, from our conversation that there was going to be a mandatory moratorium extension as opposed to during that transition period. Again, when we're dealing with things at the last minute, I started reviewing that this morning and realized the issue, and then we've gotten a bunch of phone calls. So my apologies.
No worries, Mike. No worries. Same team.
All right, we're on to discussion items. Anyone need a break, or should we just push through this and take a break between this and our closed session?
Let's push through.
Okay, we're going to push through. And discussion regarding pandemic relief. Did we pretty much cover that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, terrific. Discussion regarding potential resolutions on PRC operations and addressing old resolutions that may still be in effect. Commissioner Maestas and Michael.
Joe, Commissioner Maestas, do you want me to start this off, or do you want to
Yeah,
start?
go ahead and kick it off, Mike, and then I'll just add if needed.
Okay, so this is actually a topic that I think most of us have had discussions about at varying points over the years. The need for clarity about the commissioner's responsibilities and obligations with respect to the operation of the agency. And there has been or rather there was a resolution, and this is also a separate issue, a resolution that's been hanging out there for a number of years that was adopted in 2004 that does not have a number title, but bears a title, Adopting a Protocol for the Operation of the Public Regulation Commission. And that was adopted on the 4th day of May, 2004. So obviously that's quite dated. And when I say it raises other issues, which is we have a number of old resolutions that have been passed by previous commissions, most of which are addressed, I think, to, as I would define it, I guess, a moment in time, you know, situations that have arisen at a moment in time that may not be relevant anymore. This is one that actually an applicability beyond a moment in time. And so I think we've discussed in the past the need or desirability, certainly, to re-adopt some of these resolutions so that incoming commissioners are aware what previous commissioners have adopted as resolutions, and to reaffirm that those provisions should continue to be applicable. This is a resolution that makes a number of resolutions, sounding repetitive, and I guess I will read it. I think you should all have a copy of it. It was, again, sent to you, I think, a little late. And it states, whereas the Public Regulation Commission Act authorizes the commission to, quote, adopt such reasonable regulatory and procedural orders as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out its powers and duties. And whereas the commission recognizes that 5 commissioners are elected equally from districts as provided in the Public Regulation Commission Apportionment Act. And whereas the commission recognizes that no individual commissioner holds any extraordinary authority, privilege, or responsibility or budgetary consideration, now therefore be it resolved by the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission that no individual commissioner acting alone has the authority to call a special or emergency meeting that impacts the entire commission. A majority of the commission must agree the need exists to call a special or emergency meeting. And this is why we, at the beginning, when we were adapting the annual meeting policy, I suggested that we remove that provision that could be viewed as conflicting with this. Continuing on, be it further resolved that no individual commissioner may make a decision or decisions that will impact the commission's policies, operation, or budget without the full knowledge and concurrence of a majority of the commission. And be it further resolved that the commission recognizes that the chief of staff shall be responsible for the implementation and administration of the PRC, including supervision over agency personnel in conformity with adopted commission policies and state laws. The chief of staff will keep the commission currently informed over all areas of the PRC operation, participate in commission meetings, and place routine administrative and personnel matters on the commission meeting agendas. The chief of staff shall be responsible for assigning staff to attend special or regular meetings to make presentations, and be it further resolved that the commission must be cognizant of the cost effectiveness and value of utilizing agency resources when requesting information to be researched or for use of commission materials to ensure that such requests produce optimum results consistent with the efficient use of agency resources. And be it further resolved that no individual commissioner shall assign a task or require the chief of staff, division director, or other PRC employee other than the commissioner's own assistance to conduct a study, investigation, gather information that would require more than 2 hours in a day to complete, or make an assignment that would take staff away from their workstations to travel to an event without the approval of the chief of staff, unless it is a commission sanctioned function. And be it further resolved that an individual commissioner cannot include items on a meeting agenda under personnel or administrative matters unless and until the individual commissioner has made an exhaustive effort to work with the chief of staff to find a solution, and none has been found. The individual commissioner may then request, with the concurrence of the chair or vice chair, to add an item to either the personnel or administrative matters. In such case, the matter must first come to the public work session, which is not a commission function currently, and if necessary, to the formal open meeting. And be it further resolved that no individual commissioner shall become involved with an employee on a pending administrative or personnel complaint or dispute by providing counsel or guidance to the employee. Commissioners must remind all PRC employees to adhere to the PRC personnel policies and procedures and pursue their complaints through the chain of command as provided for in the policies and procedures. That's the full text of that resolution minus the sections that it cites to. Now, as I said, there's over the time period that I've been at the PRC, which is well after this resolution was adopted, a number of these kind of issues have come up and either been shrugged off by some commissioners or there's been a desire to adhere to those principles by other commissioners. But the issue has never, and I actually think there have been several attempts to introduce resolutions that were not followed through on or were voted down in the past. But I know Commissioner Maestas had also raised an interest in addressing some of the matters that I think are being addressed by this. And there are a number of other issues that I know I've discussed with all of the commissioners at various times outside the context of open meetings that interest has also been expressed about adopting in the form of a resolution by the commission. I'll turn the discussion over to Commissioner Maestas so he can express his views.
Thanks, Mike. My motivation for bringing this up is I think the PRC has been a victim of change instead of an agent of change. And I'm referring specifically to House Bill 11 last year that attempted to reorganize the PRC. And I'm not sure it necessarily had the cooperation of the PRC. And I think it's incumbent upon us to really send a powerful message to everyone that we're serious about insulating staff from commission politics, from not refraining, but just flat out not getting involved in administrative matters, and in effect undermining the authority of the chief of staff. Because once we cross that line from commission policy to chief of staff administration, we own the problem, and we in effect allow the chief of staff to abdicate his responsibilities, and he'll just say, this commissioner, got involved in this administrative matter, and so on. So you get the thrust of this. And so I am urging my colleagues to work. Well, I can't assign the chair, but it would be great if we could, within the next week, coordinate amendments to this 2004 resolution to make it updated. Again, like we would mention the work session that was mentioned in this 2004 protocol, but I think in the spirit of starting off on the right foot and setting the tone for our culture consistent with the code of conduct that we just adopted, I highly recommend that we refresh this resolution and make it clear that it's in effect as long as the signatories are in office. And so obviously it would be for the next 2 years, and who knows, this could maybe set the stage for the appointees. And so really that's it. And I think that we do need to clean up some language, because there was conflicting provisions in the open meetings resolution that Mike addressed that speaks to the calling of a special or emergency meeting. We need to make sure that that open meetings resolution is consistent with this operations protocol. And lastly, this could be our opportunity to incorporate recommendations made in the 2017 evaluation of the PRC. It was done by the National Regulatory Research Institute at the request of Legislative Counsel Services. And so I have some recommendations, and I'm not going to go through those in detail, but I'm appealing to my colleagues to update this, and my hope is that we will update it and adopt it ideally in the next meeting. But after adopting this protocol, that we self-police, that if a particular commissioner is violating this protocol, there may have to be some kind of a, at least a mention of it in a meeting, if not a censure or an admonishment. I'm not familiar with the commission procedures when that occurs. And so, anyway, Mr. Chair, I firmly believe that this is needed at the outset of our tenure for the next 2 years as a commission.
I'm going to just ask a couple questions here, if folks don't mind. We've got Jason and John Reynolds on board here. And I know for me, it was a confusing kind of deal figuring out what my relationship with staff should be when I first came on the commission. And I know that prior to my term, there was lots of work going on between particular staff members and certain commissioners. But I want to get a sense from you two, Jason and John, about where that situation stands now. Have we improved? Just real quickly, just sort of the state of play that we're in now, and how you feel about that particular issue.
Well, I'll go first. I don't know if that's a slippery slope or not, but you know what? I have to applaud the previous commission and the city commission for even bringing this to surface. I have been with the commission since 2010. I personally have experienced the commission being involved with personnel matters when I initially started. But quite honestly, the former commission and even today, I think has really separated themselves from being involved in the day-to-day operations. And I applaud every sitting and former commissioner for that. You know, there have been times where the commission's input is invaluable to that expectation. As we all know, the chief of staff, you know, works at the pleasure of the commission and gets general direction from the commission. And so there are going to be times where it's just impossible to avoid of getting your input. So I want to definitely recognize a lot of improvement. I know, and the media has also touched on this a little bit about ex parte concerns. I think everybody has been educated and is complying with that as far as I'm aware. You know, I haven't heard of any issues there or concerns, even from any of the stakeholder groups or the parties that are involved with our caseload. I have gotten nothing but positive reports from the division directors during our biweekly meetings. You know, so I think the procedures that have been established over the last 18 months maybe are working. I still want to recognize and applaud Vice Chair Maestas for bringing this to light. You know, having some structure in place, in my opinion, makes sense. And that we can all kind of say, look, we all agreed to it and everybody bought into it. Therefore, let's comply with it, you know, in a team effort. That's just my opinion, my 2 cents. Hopefully I didn't disappoint anybody and nothing personal against anybody. It's just the nature of the beast at the PRC, right? I mean, there's not a wall that separates advocacy and advisory staff. So there are common areas where you're going to cross paths and have conversations, whether it's about the Sunday night football game or whatever it might be. I mean, that just happens in the way our atmosphere is set up. So I hope that's kind of answers your question.
John, do you have any particular thoughts, comments? And actually, Jim, you're on as well. So just real quickly. So This is me being paranoid. I guess I need a little bit of feedback here. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this is John Reynolds with the Utility Division. I'm gratified to see that this is being discussed openly and, welcome the discussion. I've been division director for a year. I mean, I can't say that I have, I can say for sure, I mean, I have not witnessed firsthand some of these, where commissioners may have been over-involved, if that's the right way to put it. I mean, I've heard conversations about it in my years with the commission since 2008. But I would say that, as far as the utility division is concerned, my focus is to support our staff and allow them to do the work that they need to do, which is sometimes stressful and difficult and in as independent a way as possible and to protect their independence. But at the same time, I recognize that interaction and conversations with which commissioners do take place. And I'm not opposed to that, but I think we're all constantly learning, where the line is. And I think I'm careful in staying on the right side of the line. And I believe that, our people are likewise understand this, and they are protective of their independence as much as I am. So, I do welcome these discussions. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Jim, did you have any quick comment or?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I would completely concur with Chief of Staff Montoya's assessment on following the chain of command, and that works best. We try to resolve issues internally, and I think that would be in the best interest of the agency, and it's working well. Thank you.
Okay, so I just real quickly, I'm looking at this 2004 resolution, and the basic principles there still, to me, still hold. And I, generally I like it. I was going to make a suggestion that individual commissioners should get with general counsel, make suggestions for edits, and that we then maybe take that document and review it next week. Does that make sense? Does that cover your needs, Commissioner Maestas?
It does, because even at a minimum, there's some confusion regarding its applicability to the point where we had to amend our open meetings resolution. And so I would rather update this and refresh it and make it ours than repeal it, because it's good government, even though it's implied, or maybe our culture has improved where, these measures are already being done without being required. I just think it's good government to update it. That way it's clear that it applies to us. And if my colleagues want to soften it and maybe make it more general instead of overly prescriptive, I'm fine with that too, but I don't want to repeal it. I think the optics would be terrible. And so thank you, Mr. Chair, for suggesting, let's see what happens. Again, I'm happy with it maybe taking a more general tone since things have improved, but I don't want to repeal this. I really don't.
Well, so just for Judy and Isaac, we'll get this on the agenda for next week. It's an item on there. And in the meantime, any commissioners who have suggestions for edits to this document, let's get them into Mike and to Judy, I guess to Mike, and be ready to discuss those and go vote yea or nay on them next week.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So I just wanted to let you know, I do actually have over the years, we've been outside of the context of the resolution, we've been sort of gradually working at getting a lot of these principles as accepted principles at the agency. I kind of have I can give you a general, I have a long list of specific, and I actually think specific is probably more desirable than general, even more general than the 2004 resolution. And I can just, if I might, I just give you the sort of the topics that I have, matters that I've sort of outlined. One would be to clarify the role of the position of the chairman of the commission. And just generally that would be recognizing that it's consistent with the purpose of the statute that establishes the chairman position, which is 883B. Also, one issue that needs to be addressed is the function of Robert's rules that the commission uses in conducting its open meetings. And my view, which we've had come to a head a few months back, is that Robert's rules does not convey or create any substantive authority in the commission that statute does not otherwise provide, because Robert's rules is designed to address all types of bodies. And the one that it's most principally used with is legislative bodies, which are a very different entity than executive branch agencies such as, or bodies like commissions, which the commission is. Also, the next would be basically provisions that recognize and address the role of the chief of staff, which is part of the 2004 resolution. Another area would be to address the commission involvement or infringement on the independent exercise of discretion by the hearing examiners, which I think is a very crucial area that needs to be addressed. I don't think it's really been an issue as much in the recent past, but I know in the longer history of the PRC, that has been an issue that the hearing examiners have been very concerned about. Related to that, obviously, would be commissioner interaction with staff. And then I think we need to address also the role of various parts of staff. One of the issues that is pertinent to our functioning specifically is the distinction and the overlap between the roles of the legal division and the general counsel's office. Another area would be legislative matters, and that would include the drafting of fiscal impact reports by staff and commission involvement in that, as well as commissioner participation in legislative matters over at the legislature. The issue that has come up several times, which is the commission position or deciding on whether it wants to adopt positions on pending legislation, formal positions, as opposed to the ability, and I think right, similar to the First Amendment right of staff to go over and address the legislature on pending legislation, provided that they make it clear that they are there acting on their personal behalf rather than on the behalf of the agency. So I think there's a similar issue that should be addressed with regard to commissioners going over to the legislature when there's legislative matters pending. And then finally, as a general area, there's has come up a number of times has been the issue of conflict resolution, both with regard to public complaints relating to the management at the PRC or the commission itself. That has come up, that has never been addressed in the form of a resolution or anything of that nature, but that may be something we would want to discuss. So those are the general topics. As I said, I have a list of some very specific provisions that I would propose. I'm going to they're kind of in a rough draft format right now. I will get them to look a little better and send them out to you in the next couple of days.
Very good. Any problems with that from commissioners? Okay, I'm going to take
Thank you
silence.
for sharing, Mike. That was
Yeah.
quite a list.
And feel free to call me, and I can go over all this and the history behind some of these issues.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think this is fine. Good clarification. I think it's a good effort that we should try to refresh this, make it current, make it clear, and reflect our current agency culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, we're going to move on to, thank you for bringing this up, Commissioner Maestas.
You bet.
Commissioner Hall, discussion regarding potential notice of inquiry into updates to the interconnection manual and rules.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to put this on the agenda because it's come to my attention both through hearing from some constituents of mine who work in the installation industry. And I remember sitting in on a meeting that I believe you, Mr. Fishman, Commissioner Fishman, had with some of your constituents in a similar situation, whereby they were concerned that there were long delays in being able to connect residential rooftop solar systems to the grid because of the application of a provision in our interconnection manual that the PRC, I guess, generated under the interconnection rule that we have. And apparently it hasn't been updated since 2008. And there was, concern that this application of this particular rule, it's a 15% rule, which says that a system can't connect to a line segment if it's going to consist of more than 15% of the capacity of the line, was working to delay or prohibit a number of projects. And so, and there were other concerns as well. So we generated a list of questions, and my office did, and we, with the help of Arthur O'Donnell and my assistant, and then we sent it to PNM just to get some answers, to get kind of a feel for what the and PNM was the utility who was addressed in both these receipts of information that we got. So I got a nice response back from PNM answering these questions, and I believe Mark Fenton copied all the commissioners on it, so they all would have seen them, hopefully. And given the fact that the manual is so out of date, I think it's important that we kind of look at this issue. I was thinking it might be worthwhile that we start a notice of inquiries to try to look into this situation further and see whether it would make sense to conduct a rulemaking to update the manual and our rule itself. There were enough questions remaining in my mind once I read the answers to think that I'd at least like to understand a lot more about what the barriers are that may be existing now for reasonable deployment of these systems. And so I wanted to just throw it out there for the commission to reflect on and give me any feedback you may have. I don't know if you had a time to review those answers from PNM. I think we just got them a couple of days ago, but to me, it's an important issue because there are a lot of customers out there who are wanting to connect their systems. And full disclosure, I'm one of them, but I'm actually not held up by any rule like that. So, but we are in the process of putting a system on our house. So I guess I'd be concerned if I did have to be delayed or prohibited from putting it up. But in any case, I'm not. But there are those who are in that situation, and I think it's something that we should address. I mean, so I'd like to just stop there and see if any other commissioners have any comments to make. But my proposal would be to start a notice of inquiry and start out with a workshop so we could hear from members of the public about and from the utilities about what's happening with this issue and put some meat on the bones of what we've got so far. So I'd like to open it up for discussion.
Was that Commissioner Maestas I heard there?
Yes. I kind of hear there's garbled.
Yeah, there's some background noise.
But anyway, I agree with Commissioner Hall. I too have heard from not just constituents, but companies, solar PV companies that are really concerned about these rejections of interconnection applications because of feeder lines that are at capacity. And someone shared a map with me that actually showed service areas that already have these feeder lines that are at capacity. And I was astonished at the extent of this situation. And, we haven't updated this manual since 2008. And given the evolution of technology and the industry, that's light years away. So I think just by sheer time, I think our interconnection manual and rules are outdated. They're old, they're stale, and we do need to work with the industry. I was fortunate enough to have my interconnection application approved when I installed my rooftop solar. And so in the spirit of fairness, and I know Commissioner Byrd has mentioned that, it's kind of not fair for me to get that interconnection application approved when others that are just as conscientious and judicious and are willing to make that investment in rooftop solar, for example, and then they find out they can't interconnect. So I support this effort.
Good, thank you.
Other commissioner comments? I share your perspective on this, Commissioner Hall, and I'm noticing from what PNM sent in, and of course this would apply to all of our utilities, but what PNM sent in is about 1,500 applications over the last 2 years have dropped off because of various requirements in the current rule.
Right.
And that's 1,500 out of 11,700. So a pretty significant percentage. And boy, things have moved along a lot. So I'd be very supportive of doing a workshop and determining whether we need to address the rule. And it's a virtual certainty we need to address the manual. So
Great.
Thank you for bringing this up.
Thank you. Well, what I would propose to do would be to open a docket and start with scheduling a workshop, seeking people's and utilities comments on what changes need to be made to the manual and whether they believe that we need to amend the rule as well. So
for next week, would we bring up a notice of inquiry, or an inquiry docket?
Correct.
And
Yeah.
approve that, and that would be, it seems to me, the way to go here.
Great.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just to let you know, I have been speaking with Commissioner Hall about this, and that's what we're going to do based on whether the commission had an interest in this, which it seems the commission does. And I just wanted to point out that when individual commissioners have issues that they're interested in that have not been before the commission, and this was my discussion with this is how the best way to do it is we bring it in front of the commission for a discussion item, we get everybody to buy in, and then OGC has the authorization to devote its resources to start opening a docket.
Okay, terrific.
Thank you.
Anything else on this, Cynthia, or?
No, that's fine. We're good. Thank you.
Okay. Communications with Chief of Staff.
Mr. Chairman, before we go there, I think the agenda item of public comment is first.
Oh, yes, I did skip that. Go ahead. Anybody on?
Don't have anybody, but for the record, I at least wanted to cover it.
You just had to correct me. I hope you feel good. All right, communications with Chief of Staff.
We'll put correcting the chairman in the resolution if you need me to. But
yeah, there you go.
No, happy New Year, everybody. Glad to be back. I don't think the work stopped for most of us, but we got a lot on our plate as the session is upon us. And first and foremost, I think I wanted to visit the 2021 employee calendar that I emailed out to the commission and the Office of General Counsel, just so they at least have a copy of it. And if needed, I could probably at least share my screen so others can follow along to see if you have any additional input. And then I can actually explain what I did. So bear with me here. Let me open the calendar. Let me go into sharing my screen. Do you see a calendar? Hopefully you do.
Yep.
Okay. So what I've done here, commissioners, is I basically have blocked out in orange, maybe pink on the screen, those weeks that have holidays, which are highlighted by red in the actual printing.
Jason, you need to go back a slide.
Go back a slide.
You're on page 2, which is budget.
Okay, let me go back to stop sharing this then. Sorry. Let's see here, stop share. Let's try it again. Thank you, Hans. Let's see. How's that?
There you go.
Oh, I can read this one.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay, so in addition to those weeks that we kind of have blocked out to allow staff to plan family events or traveling or vacation, we did it in advance rather than notifying people the Friday before, like was a past practice a few years ago. In addition to that, I have also blocked out the weeks of February 8th, July 18th, and November 7th in recognition of planned NARUC events. Okay, so those are already on here, and they have like a little asterisk next to them. Again, that is the week of February 8th, the week of July 19th, and the week of November 7th, which is a Sunday, but that's when that NARUC annual meeting begins. The NARUC Winter Policy Summit is scheduled for January 2022, so you won't find that on this calendar. But nonetheless, I think that's at least we can keep it a living and breathing document, unless some of the commissioners have other weeks that you would like to consider. One of the other ideas that I want to bring to the commission's attention is we had planned in 2020 to kind of visit each of the districts respectfully once a month or once a quarter. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we were isolated from proceeding with that plan. But once I get feedback and input from the commissioners or others on weeks that we should consider canceling the open meeting, we can then try to pick a few weeks, 1 week per quarter or 1 week per month, and visit each of the districts. That's not a bad idea, knowing our current living situation and office limitations that we might be dealing with. in FY21 and FY22, because obviously the commission chambers is kind of to be determined anyway. So, it could be very flexible in scheduling those dates and times. Not to mention, we do not publish the location until the Friday before the following week, which should be a sufficient amount of time to accommodate travel plans or whatever else might be necessary. So I'll stop there and just see if there's any input from any of the commissioners at this point, or if you want to just continue to have it, like I said, a living and breathing document. I did mention in my email that I did not block out any of the week that the commissioners are going to be scheduled to participate in the ethics training. Okay, because there's several, and there's not particularly one event that everybody tends to go to. It's kind of at your discretion and when you schedule those. And I know that New Mexico Edge has them quarterly. They have published their schedule as well, so that I also forwarded that email to each of the commissioners. So, and you're only required, with the exception of Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas, the rest of the commissioners have to only participate in a 2-hour session. So any questions or comments on that?
Mr. Chairman, I have some comments.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
I actually am uncomfortable with us blocking out whole weeks when there's a holiday that's just on one day. I think it sends not a very good signal to the public. I mean, we're here to do the public's business. And while, yes, we can skip weeks and then just have a longer agenda the next week, that's what we can do. But that, I don't think that always serves the efficiency of the people who look to us for regulation. And I just think we have some instances. And besides, with the pandemic, it's not as if people are traveling, should be traveling in any case. And I don't think we should alter our schedule for that objective. So I really don't think there's a need in a lot of cases. I mean, 4th of July is on a Sunday, for example. I don't see why we're taking a week off from work when that holiday is on Sunday. I appreciate that people want to attend the NARIC meetings, but they have been shortened by about 3 or 4 days. They used to begin on a Saturday with full days on Saturday and Sunday of committee meetings given by staff, but those were very worthwhile going to. And then they would extend from Monday through Thursday noon. But since the pandemic has started, those meetings only occupy, I think, 2.5 days out of the week. So, and in the past, we've also shifted meetings from Wednesday to a Tuesday or a Thursday when we needed to. So I just think we ought to take a little closer look at this calendar and see if we really need to skip so many weeks of work, because I think it's better workflow if we don't pile it up when we don't need to. And I just don't think it's necessary during the pandemic. Nobody's going anywhere.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, if I may just respond to that. I got the dates from NARUC's website. So they have published that the February meeting is the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, and 11th. So that's a 4-day event. The July 18th is a Sunday. So that's the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, and the 21st. That's from their schedule. And then in November, it begins on a Sunday and it goes through the 11th, November 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. So that's a 5-day event. So what NARUC is currently publishing on their calendar are 4- and 5-day events. But what the actual agenda may be different. You're right. I'm not sure. I haven't seen any of those, but that's what I was able to research and find from the NARUC's website.
Well, it might be worthwhile to look at that a little bit more closely. I mean, it may be that those farther out ones are planned, anticipating that we'll be able to go in person too. I don't know, but
right. And then I agree. I totally understand your comment about the pandemic. The first holiday that we are obviously January 18th is a holiday, but we've already have talked about scheduling workshops that week, which is gonna, it's gonna be a work week for almost everybody anyway. We will not have another holiday until May. And by May, I think there's going to be a lot of change, in my opinion, on the status of the pandemic. Will it still be in place? Most likely. to some of the comments that were made earlier. Where some restrictions still apply, most likely, but who knows to what level in May.
What about in June? What's the holiday in June? Like you have most of it.
That's just a continuation of Memorial Day week.
Oh, and what's that for?
Memorial Day? That's the Memorial Day holiday.
Oh, I see. Well, I know.
So here's a thought.
That has been presented and approved by the commission the past couple of years. So,
so here's a thought, Jason. If you can, email a copy of this calendar to each of the commissioners, and we can just send you feedback and make any suggested modifications to the calendar that way. Shorten the discussion time here today on this, rather than all of us getting in the weeds on each date, and come up with it's never final, but come up with at least a working calendar at next week's meeting.
Yeah,
you'll have had a chance to get the input and fine tune.
Yeah, definitely, Mr. Chairman. Every commissioner, you should have that in your inbox. So I sent that out, I think, yesterday.
Okay,
Yeah,
terrific.
I got it. That's how I got it.
Okay, I'll await to hear from each commissioner if you want to discuss further.
Yeah, and then we can just quick check in and hopefully be able to tie a bow around it next week real quick.
Sure. Real quick on legislative matters, you know, there's a lot of articles being published. Pre-filing has already begun. We do have a bill number on the repeated slamming and cramming bill, which the 4 of the 5 commissioners are aware of. Commissioner Maestas may have heard about it. That one actually has a bill number, and we're already tracking its progress under the Roadrunner reports, which is the program that we subscribe to help assist us with managing the legislation and the workflow that you all are familiar with. I also sent out a calendar invite for the House Appropriations and Finance Committee meeting on January 27th regarding the FY22 operating budget request. The last couple of years, that's been our last opportunity to present before the legislature regarding our FY22 operating budget. We haven't had any presentations before the Senators Finance Committee in the past couple of years. So we presented in November to the Legislative Finance Committee, and now we're presenting to the House Appropriations. I have been told that the Legislative Finance, the LFC will present their recommendation, and then DFA will present their recommendation, and then we'll be given an opportunity to present our request for about 10 minutes. And so I had proposed that we keep the same format and presentation. In an email, I sent it to you and have asked for comments or feedback that we may want to add. I'm also already working with the Administrative Services Division to include additional items like the special appropriations and the potential bar adjustments that are forthcoming. So that may be something we just add into the existing presentation. So that's in your inbox. If you have any comments, just give me a call or shoot me an email regarding that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Jason, does our budget request include sufficient funding to secure a long-term office lease?
So what we have submitted is a request of $300,000 less 5%, as was required by oversight agencies. So we have that included in our general fund appropriations. So once it is approved, it'll be recurring thereafter. The dollar amount came from previous discussions with the commission and our negotiations that have been taking place regarding the Bochum building. The Board of Finance had approved the PRC grant application to move into the Bochum building between January and June of 2021. So that funding is independent of our operating budget. Obviously, we're here in January. The pandemic is still upon us. We're not ready to return to work under normal conditions. That's a partial solution, in my opinion, to fully functioning. And that was just based on several discussions and meetings that the task force and I met with the Legislative Finance Committee and the Department of Finance and Administration. And that's where we believe we got the most support for. In some of the Board of Finance discussions, it was made very clear to us that they were not going to support, funding or appropriations to return 100% of the individuals. They did ask that we revisit our operations. They did ask that we look at our current environment and the ability to telework during the pandemic. And even I believe in one discussion, the Legislative Finance Committee even had suggested 50%, that they could see us being productive and continuing to perform our duties at a 50% level. So that's kind of where we have kind of come up with, not to mention the costs in real estate, right? So we included that in all of our planning. But so that's how we came up with that $300,000, and we included that in the FY22 operating budget. It is a general fund expenditure, and if approved, it would be recurring. I don't think that's a line item in itself. So I hope that answers it.
It does, and I wanted to bring up the move and just to ask what the status is of it. And Mr. Chair, with your permission, can we just, since we're talking budget and appropriations for a long-term office space, can we discuss the move? I'm happy to wait until Jason's done.
Now it's fine with me too. I had that on my items to discuss and just report briefly to you.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, let's take a minute on it.
So real quick update. As I've reported previously, we had identified the Bochum building as the location that we would submit our grant application to. That was approved by the Board of Finance. The Board of Finance has made it clear to us that any money used from that grant application is restricted to the Bochum building. Now, if we get general fund appropriations, there's no restrictions. It's kind of at our discretion of what we want to do with it. As far as the status of where we are, we have been working with the landlord to try to maximize the office space at the Bochum building, and working with an architect that they hired to kind of consider tenant improvements so we can, again, maximize that number of people. I've had a discussion with each of the commissioners about the plans moving forward for each of your districts and your offices. I've had a couple of meetings with the architects. I have also shared the existing and proposed floor plans with division directors to get their input. Keep in mind that last year, and Commissioner Marestas, I know you weren't sitting on the commission at that time, but we did discuss amongst the divisions and myself and presented to the commission what we all thought on behalf of staff would be an ideal return to work plan based on the restrictions of appropriations and what we thought we might be able to get approved. And that's how I've been able to identify and quantify the number of individuals per division that would need an office space, or how many offices we would dedicate to each of the divisions. So that's where we are. I mean, we've circulated a red line version of the proposed floor plan. I've made some comments. I've received some comments from some division directors. I'm guessing the rest of them are happy with what is being presented, because I haven't heard from them. But nonetheless, that Bochum building has 3 floors. I'd be happy to send over the marked up proposed floor plans to the commissioners if you want to take a look at it. But that right now, my plan, I'm looking at them now, that right now, what's been extremely difficult is to try to replicate the hearing room from the PERA building. We have identified a location on the 2nd floor at the Bochum building that we're working with the hearing examiners and the architect to try to maximize that area. We were surprised to calculate 970 square feet at the PERA building. So I didn't realize that room was that big, but it is. And I just think it's limited on how many people could actually fit in there. which based on my discussion, it was about 45 to 50 people could actually fit comfortably in that room. And that includes the hearing examiner, the court reporter, the attorneys, the witnesses, and all of the parties that are involved in that particular case. And so I think we have a solution, with this facility. It does kind of conflict with my idea of wanting to build a couple of other offices, but we found some areas and the commissioners that are have been willing to assist in being flexible with their accommodations, I think gives me more ideas to create offices on the other 2 floors. So I don't know how much detail you want me to go into, but right now that number is right around 44, 45 that I think we could fit in the Bochum building. It's an older building. It's kind of designed, it was designed for, I think the term, with all due respect, I've heard them call him Old Man Montoya. I don't know, I didn't know him personally, but I think he was designed, the 3rd floor especially was designed like a penthouse, but that they're the owners. They were the people that paid their fair share in building that building. So let me stop there and see if you have any additional questions. And
Jason, just wanted to make a comment here. There's another uncertainty that overlays this whole situation, which is what the legislature does. And I would not be surprised if legislation passes this year that shrinks the PRC down to utilities only. And that's going to have an impact on the head count. And over the next couple months, we're gonna find out if that happens.
yeah,
So-
I have to agree with you. If you really read the fine print of the constitutional amendment, if you read the actual joint resolution that from the Senate, it clearly defines and states that the commission shall regulate utility companies, and the legislature will define what that is.
Yeah, and we've seen news reports already from Speaker Majority Leader Worth and Senator Neville that they're already pursuing that. And so anyway, it looks like there's some leadership push behind moving that direction that we need to keep our eye on.
Well, the other uncertainty is the pandemic, right? I mean, we don't know what the legislature is going to do. We don't know what level of appropriations we're going to be awarded. And then, when can we return to work in a safe and prudent manner? I think we've answered, and I've worked with staff. In my opinion, I've worked really close with staff to identify critical positions and people that everybody believes need to return to work in order for us to be productive and continue to maintain, that high level of quality of performance.
Yeah. Commissioner Maestas.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I think that just my concern is that, the PRC approached the Board of Finance under the premise of an emergency, and that was to find some office space, even if it's an interim space. And I was unaware that the Board of Finance grant was restricted to the Bochum building. And so what I would suggest is that we do come up with a return to work plan. And I don't know if it would require, commission approval, but I'm uncomfortable with kind of drawing this out. I realize there's going to be pandemic restrictions if we have a return to work with that cap of accommodating 45 staff members. But I myself would like to, establish office hours even under this pandemic. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from, is that let's finalize this return to work plan. Let's begin final negotiations. I thought we had already signed a lease with the landlord of the Bochum building, and I think that needs to happen very soon. However, I don't know if the improvements to the space is an impediment, but if we agree on a floor plan with the landlord, there's no reason why, we can't sign a lease and get our return to work plan finalized and approved.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Maestas, just one other point to be made is our initial grant application to the Board of Finance was 100% return to work plan. I'm not sure if I made that comment earlier.
Oh, no, I didn't realize that.
That was basically denied and tabled. And that's when the meetings and negotiations began and how we got from 100% to where we are now.
Well, my understanding is General Services now is instructing all state agencies, 80% of your staff, that's the cap for your office space. And so they're basically saying 20% of all staff to be determined by appropriate agencies are going to telework or work from home. So I don't know what the search was like, if we looked at all other office buildings and arrived at the Bochum building. But it is what it is. I realize the move is very disruptive and we may have to move again. I hope not. I hope that maybe the Bochum building can be at least our home for several years. But I just think it's time to maybe move this along and get this lease signed. If operationally all the division directors are comfortable with identifying critical staff that they feel needs to be in an office.
And thank you.
And again, one of my main concerns is meeting space. And I know, Jason, you and I talked about perhaps working out a deal with the city of Santa Fe to use the convention center for meeting space. That's a critical issue of mine. I think, the public's been very understanding so far, but we need to think about creating some meeting space. And I think that can be done even under these pandemic conditions.
No, and Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, if I may, my plan moving forward is I have continuously been working on this. I need to get comments back to the architect so they can finalize them. And then that's when negotiations begin. I do have an updated proposal. I'd be happy to share it with you that I received yesterday, actually, from the landlord. And so it still has that initial term through June 30th. And then what I have asked them to do is to put a 20-year proposal together, basically. So we did try to work at finding not only a temporary, but a permanent solution, rather than having to pay them, spend the money of having to move twice. We just weren't interested in it. I mean, we already spent $65,000 in moving from the PRA to storage. That's money that we have to request for special appropriations to be reimbursed for. We don't want to do that again, obviously, but absolutely. My plan is to do that. And then, to accommodate the PRC and maximize the square footage available at the Bochum building, there's going to be tenant improvements. And that's where we start negotiating with the landlord at whose expense, right? So I have to be honest with you. I was very surprised at the price per square foot rate we got from the Bochum building. All the other buildings that the task force visited and got proposals for were $4 or $5 per square foot more than what the Bochum building. So they have understood, they understand our situation. They have recognized, that we are going to be limited on appropriations. They understand what the pandemic has posed on the state revenues. And so they are working with us. I mean, they want to make that our home. So we'll continue to move in that direction. When I do get a final floor plan and a final proposal, that will be brought to the commission before agreeing to.
And then I think, Mr. Chairman, just my final comment is you appropriately mentioned the very likely possibility that legislation will be passed that's going to limit the PRC's authority to utilities. And maybe it's time to look at that contingency or as a contingency and see, would 45 FTEs accommodate all of utilities? And start looking at that as another option. If we need 50, then we should plan on it. But if 45 is 80% of the ideal staff, then I think we're Gucci, as my son would say, with general services.
Okay, any further discussion, Jason?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just want to note that there's a lot of discussion around the ETA. You've seen a few senators grouping up and they have drafted some legislation. I haven't seen an actual bill number So not sure that it's been dropped, but it's been drafted. And I think that's being led by Senator Stefanix and others. You may have read that article as well. And I think that kind of lines up with some of the legislative matters that the commission agreed on putting together that list. That, by the way, the legislative matters that the sitting commission has agreed to has been sent to senators, representatives, the appropriate cabinet secretaries, and the governor's office. So you could check that box off of being completed. And I think that's all I have. I'll stand for questions.
Yeah, I guess I just have one
Go ahead.
question, just a sort of query, really. I wonder if it makes sense to postpone finalizing our plans for the Bochum building arrangements until after we see what's passed in the legislature. I mean, I just wonder how much we're actually going to change and or not. I mean, I can see it both ways. I mean, in a way, I think we should hasten to get it nailed down because so then we have some certainty. But I feel just from what Jason said now that we still are in some uncertainty about how we're going to end up as an agency, and especially with respect to size. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Sure.
yeah, Commissioner Hall, that's spot on. I mean, there are so many moving targets that I've been trying to deal with and trying to implement and finalize a return to work plan, as you can imagine. You know, we've been working on this for, since March, right? We immediately began. And it wouldn't be a bad idea. That would at least allow us to continue to be comfortable with the negotiations and on the tenant improvements, make sure that we dial in the actual hearing room, make sure we understand where the commission meetings are going to take place. That gives me a little bit more time. We don't know. I mean, I guess, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just pump the brakes and say, let's reconvene after the session adjourns, maybe. And by then, maybe some of the restrictions on resulting from the pandemic are lifted. Who knows what's going to occur, but.
I think it'd be a good idea. One of us from the commission check in with legislative leadership and get a sense of how much of a push there is for this session to limit the PRC to utilities only. And maybe that can sort of give us a little more certainty going forward. Again, my sense is that it's going to be pushed pretty hard. And, so I'd be glad to call Senator Worth, or if someone feels like they have a close relationship with him, they could do that as well. Someone from the commission. So,
and Mr. Chairman, one other thing to keep in mind, whoever has that discussion, is to get a general idea if it's going to go into effect July 1 or if it goes into effect January 1, 2023.
Well, exactly. It's a timing.
That's a great point. I was just going to say that. And I would advocate, and I don't know how all of you feel, but I would advocate that this take effect when the new appointees come on board. I mean, there's been so much instability already, and it would be great if they can make it effective January 1, 2023.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense to do it with the incoming commission. So, great point.
And I have a good relationship with Senator Worth, but Mr. Chair, I would defer to you.
No, if you'd like to do that, that's terrific. I'm fine. Go ahead.
We'll chat offline, but I think you're right. I think we do need to reach out to them and find out just exactly what their plans are.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy to reach out to Senator Stefanix.
Yeah, actually,
I have a good relationship with her.
She's been talking with me already.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
So they have a few things going on in the bill, but I haven't seen the latest version. So they're going to send one out shortly.
And one more item on legislative matters, Mr. Chairman, and I'll wrap up. For Commissioner Maestas' information, what I do is I work with the Roadrunner program, and we create what's called an iframe on the commission's homepage. So you don't have to have a username and password and worry about logging in or getting any of the information. There'll be a lot of quick links for all of the bills that we are monitoring and
Oh,
following.
good.
Terrific,
That's a good idea.
terrific.
Thank you.
Okay, communications with commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, you have communications with General Counsel.
Oh, I skipped them again. So Mike, are you getting the sense that I'm doing this on purpose?
I think Commissioner Bird's probably putting you up to it, but
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
So I don't have a lot other than we were just looking at the calendar, and I did just want to remind everybody that, and I'm not sure exactly what NARUC conferences are marked off on there, but I did just want to remind everybody that all the NARUC conferences are not necessarily conferences that earn the commissioners credit toward their 32 hours of continuing education credits that are required under 883.2. So I think commissioners need to be cognizant of that and should be checking ahead, and our office can help you if you need, communicate with NARUC and identify the programs that will satisfy the requirement that it be a program that is endorsed by the National Regulatory Utility Commissioners, as opposed to one that just shows up as something that they participate in or host or something of that nature. They're very specific about what programs qualify. Also, obviously the 2-hour ethics course is not the only course that the commissioners need to be concerned with, consistent with what I just said. And Commissioner Maestas, we haven't had the discussion yet, but obviously he has the additional burden of completing the full EDGE course at NMSU within the first 12 months of his term. So that was not. Other than that, I don't have anything else.
Okay, communication with commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to formally welcome Commissioner Maestas. We've worked on projects before, and he knows that. And I just want to say thank you very much for being part of discussion today, being part of the meeting. And I look forward to working with you for the rest of the year and the following year. That's just my announcement.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Yeah, I remember way back when you were, I think, legislative or constituent relations rep. So you were out in the field, very busy. I think it was for, at that time, Congressman Udall. Is that correct?
That's correct. But the cause is so important. We were promoting the potential of students being very good at their art, and you were part of the process. You were the special speaker. We went to different Democratic events, and you were always looking out for families, individuals that will need assistance in any shape or form. And you have held many leadership positions, and I'm just so glad that you're a part of the team.
Thank you so much. And I still have those concerns and those values, but thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, Coach Still, any other communications from commissioners? Okay, I have an item. And I've talked with a couple of folks about this, is that we have a ton of things on our plate over the next 2 years. We've got our new SPS rate case. We've got issues on decoupling that are coming up, potential rulemakings around that. We've got all the rulemakings that we need to catch up on around legislation that occurred 2 years ago. We're still catching up with it. And then we've got other initiatives that we want to move forward with. So Commissioner Hall, you just brought up the interconnection issue and how much we want to get into that. And
There's
there are
also
other,
procurement.
and procurement, which I think is important. We've got 2 years that we're going to be working together. I'd like us all to feel like there's a couple of things that we have on our agendas that we can walk away from that 2 years and feel like we got it done. And it might be a little different for each commissioner. But I think it'd be a really good idea if we sat down and did a work session, if you will. Not so much for the public, but probably more for staff and for commissioners, and laid out what our goals are for the next 2 years, what our priorities are. And, you know, we may have 50 items on there. We may decide, hey, here's the 10 that are critical, and be sure that we get them done. And I'd like to throw out the idea that we have a, for lack of a better word, a workshop between, with commissioners and senior staff. And we lay down all the things that we want to accomplish, hear from everybody, and see if we can put together a priority list and maybe start to flesh out some kind of a work plan early on so we can stay disciplined and focused and be sure that when we start something, we finish it, or be sure that we don't start something and then change our minds because we really weren't that committed. We need to make the most of our resources, which are limited. So anyway, just throwing out that idea, and like to hear from other commissioners if this is something they would like to do.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think that seems like a very good approach to the next 2 years. I think there's a tremendous amount we have to get done. And as you say, we have limited staff. We have limited staff, limited time, and we have to get organized. And I think it's a good idea. We have to identify our priorities and delegate marshaling each project to whoever is the appropriate person.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I agree. I think it's a great idea. It has to be a realistic plan. I mean, I've got my own issues that I'd like to address, like electrification in general, beyond just transportation, but that's my issue. But my hope too is that we will work with senior staff to see if we can, you know, improve operations, streamline it, add expertise to OGC. Just I want to make sure it's a mix of like issues, but we focus also on process improvement. So I've got ideas, but I'll wait. I'll keep my powder dry until the workshop. So yeah, I support it.
Yeah, I think it all works together, and all the things that you mentioned, Commissioner Mastis, need to be thrown in the pot. You know, how we operate will have a lot to do with how much we can accomplish. And again, staff has to be there, as does general counsel, so that everybody, you know, gets their issues on the plate, so we can be sure we're looking at the whole universe of things and doing a good job of prioritizing. So I'll try to get something on the agenda next week that tries to flesh it out a little bit. And don't be surprised if I call a couple of you and ask for some ideas about how to go about this. Any other commissioners have comments on this?
Yes, I have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, I have to take my hat off to every one of our staff members. They delivered for the year 2020. They have worked from their home. They have looked at their work cell phones to receive emails. They probably created documents reading off their work cell phones, because all our computers, our telephones, our copiers, our printers, everything is in storage. And I would like to acknowledge our staff members. They did well, especially for the ones that are filing documentations, e-filings, keeping track of every filing that is happening. We have not lost any particular case in the mix. I want to thank the administrative staff in the Administrative Services Division. They continue to communicate with me, whether it's by phone or by email, that they are doing their job. They're keeping an eye on every account. They're keeping an eye on what is going on with our budgets. And I want to thank my hat off to the General Counsel. I don't have to look for them. I don't have to wait. They are all working together as a team. I want to thank especially Russell Fisk. He juggles the telecommunication issues just like he can do it well in his own office. He handled it well from his home. I want to thank everybody. It's my assistant. She's keeping an eye on all the emails that are coming in and the reporters that are calling in. Nothing fell through the crack for the year of 2020. I am so proud of our staff members. And if we want to improve it, and if we want to make sure that they are given the empowerment, I would specifically ask for professional empowerment from speakers, trained instructors, if we're going to go into these workshops, because we need to give them that opportunity to learn something new. We need to be giving ourselves an opportunity to learn something new. Everybody is in the mix to learn something new. And we also need to change with the pandemic crisis. How do we work together at remote locations? How can we keep the spirit of working together with a common ground approach? I am all for it, Mr. Chair. So thank you very much for thinking of that.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. You agreed with me, so you're my hero. I think it's going to be a very productive 2 years, a very challenging 2 years. And looking back, I will just say, I was hearing lots of skepticism about how well the commission would do with the ETA. And I think I distributed that little editorial piece I drafted and sent around the state to at least all of the commissioners. And, for those who haven't seen it, I led off by congratulating the commission on what a terrific job it did in implementing the ETA. And trust me, there were a lot of people who were absolutely convinced this agency would screw it up. And the fact is, we did a terrific job in really honoring the spirit and the intent of the law, not just the letter of the law. And all the commissioners, as well as general counsel and everybody at the PRC deserves credit for that. And so I just want to echo commissioners, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's thoughts about what a terrific job people have been doing over the past year. So, Congratulations to us, and I'm going to give us a round of applause, even if no one else.
Commissioner Fishman, I'm just going to stick my 2 cents in quickly. Hearing examiners too.
Oh, well, hearing examiners especially, because let's just say they look at some very creative arguments and propositions, and they have to sort through it all and come up with common sense, and they do a remarkable job. Okay, with that, we've got executive closed session.
Oh my gosh. How about a 5-minute break before now on that?
If I might suggest 10 minutes, I needed probably an extra minute or two because I need to stuff a little food in my face.
Mr. Chair,
And,
if I may ask, I did text each of the commissioners the call information.
Yes.
You know, I understand what's on the agenda. Do you want, and maybe, I don't know if this is a question for Chair or Vice Chair SS, but do you want myself and Mike Smith to participate? We typically call in and participate in executive closed sessions, but.
I have no problem with that. I mean,
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. I don't either.
Okay.
Steve, do you have a problem with that?
I'm fine with that. Are all the commissioners pretty comfortable with that?
Yeah, I think they should be there.
Okay, terrific. So
So
right now,
in 10 minutes, is that what I heard?
yeah, so it's 1:52. Let's make it 2:05.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman?
And I'm
Mr.
just going to leave myself on here, so I don't have to sign back in. Is that okay?
Yeah, you
Mr.
need a
Chairman,
motion.
right. I was just going to say, we need to go through the formality of going into the closed session.
Okay, so we need to take a vote.
So this would be a motion to go into closed session pursuant to section 10:15(1) H2 limited personnel matters for the discussion. I'm sorry, am I getting the right one? Yes, I am. So it's, yeah, for limited personnel matters. And so this would have to be a roll call vote.
so moved.
Seconded.
Second.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Sorry.
No problem.
Can you hear?
Yes, I heard that.
Can you hear?
So,
Okay.
yes. So commissioners, yes, the motion to go into closed session passes by a vote of 5-0.
Just one final announcement for those that are participating on Zoom or listening via YouTube. I will pause the recording and pause the streaming until we adjourn closed session. And for the commissioners, just remain on the bridge when we're ready to come back into regular session to adjourn. Thank you.
So Jason, to be clear, at the end of the recess, we call the number that you gave us.
Yes, Vice Chair Maestas, go ahead. You can go ahead and leave the Zoom meeting now and just call in using the numbers I text you, and we'll finish the rest of the meeting via that conference call.
Yeah, Jason, we don't leave the Zoom meeting. We just walk away from it, but stay in the Zoom meeting.
Well, Matt, Commissioner
Just
Hall, you personally can leave the Zoom meeting. The commissioners leave the Zoom meeting.
Correct. Oh, we do leave the Zoom meeting.
Oh.
Well, wait a minute. You don't mean hit leave, do you? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Hit leave?
Yeah, Commissioner Hall, you can leave the Zoom meeting because we were going to go into a conference call, and that way it's not recorded or accidentally being broadcasted via Zoom. So I
was going to mute myself.
And that's fine. If that's your prerogative, that's fine.
I think that's probably what Steve just did. He's not leaving the Zoom meeting. He said he was going to stay in this. I mean, he said he was going to stay in this Zoom meeting, leave himself on the Zoom. That's what he just did.
Oh, okay. I have always just suggested you leave the Zoom, call in.
They might have a problem being in 2 Zoom meetings simultaneously, Jason.
I'm sorry, Hans.
They might have a problem being in 2 meetings simultaneously. They could call into one but they would have problems being on video for
Right.
two.
It's nothing different than what we were doing last year. The commissioners left Zoom, they called in from their cell phones, and then I keep it on speaker.
Right, there's only one Zoom meeting involved this morning, right? This is a phone call that we're doing the closed session on, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that'll work then, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
And I just got a message from Miguel saying, it's okay if we just mute ourselves. He said that'll work as long as you make sure you're muted. So,
That's correct. Otherwise, you'll be broadcasting your cell phone
course.
call over Zoom.
definitely not gonna do that. Okay, thanks.
All right.
We'll talk to you in, what did he say, 5 after?
Yes, Commissioner Hall, I will open the bridge at 2:05.
Okay. See you.
deliberations over House Bill 11. Oh my goodness. to log back in? No, just stay on this phone here. Okay, all right. If you log in, there'll be an echo, so be cautious about that.
Oh.
Oh.
You're fine. John Reynolds, can you give me a thumbs up that you can hear me? Or Hans, can you hear me? Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, we're back live on the Zoom meeting. So this is where you would need a motion to come out.
Okay, so we need a motion, well, to come out of the.
Yes, I'll make a motion to come out of the closed meeting.
Second. Okay. And Mike, would you call the roll? Commissioner Byrd. Aye. Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas. Aye. Commissioner Fishman. Aye. Commissioners, the motion to come out of closed session is approved by a vote of 5-0. Terrific. Mr. Chairman, we about what happened in closed session, but we didn't decide. Mr. Chairman, I believe the affirmation is that the matters that were discussed, that there was no action taken in closed session, and that the matters that were discussed related to the personnel exception, and no other matters were discussed. Terrific. So with that, I believe we can close today's meeting. Move to adjourn.
Second, but we don't have to even make a motion. The chairperson can just say we're adjourned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So thank you all. Great meeting.
Congratulations, Commissioner
Thank
Maestas,
you.
on your first meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.